Everyone felt that this world was too crazy. Even a little dog even dared to act high and mighty, becoming an existence they couldn't see through. Hong family, this was but a powerful true immortal family. This old clan master achieved immortality during immortal ancient times, his strength powerful. After accumulating for an entire great era's time, it was hard to imagine just how powerful he was now. Yet now, something completely unexpected happened. He was a human pet. A dog was his master. This really was too shocking. It was as if heavenly thunder rumbled, hacking everyone until their minds were scorched, their exteriors tender. This was just too astonishing, or perhaps it could be called inconceivable. The powerful being of a generation, Hong Fa, actually had this type of dark history. It really was hard to say whether this was a complicated situation, or if it was a blemish. It was just too unimaginable, leaving many people dumbstruck. In that instant, all eyes gathered on the small dog's body at the same time. Even Sure Hao, who had previously displayed his power, was temporarily overlooked by others. All of them were staring at the little dog. Everyone's eyes were burning fiercely. Even though this fella's figure wasn't all that imposing, not a true dragon, not an immortal phoenix, it had previously taken in a true immortal as a human pet. I do not know what we should call senior? Someone made his way over, kneeling down and showing great respect. After someone did this, the others all came over when they saw this, men and women included, old and young. It was as if they were looking at a rare animal, staring at this puppy, and then paying their respects. Who knows, it might very well be a rare species. My name is Great Virtue. Only with ethics and talent can one attain the way. Only by attaining the way can one achieve immortality. This is precisely why it is called attaining the Tao, to achieve immortality. The little dog said with a serious expression, extremely solemn and dignified, speaking its name, Great Virtue. Chao Yuxing pinched his nose while he listened. The others were full of respect, but he was instead only irritated. He really had enough of this dog, really wanting to immediately find a pot to stew it. He knew that this little dog was playing dumb, purposely putting on a dignified appearance. Senior, I must ask your distinguished self for guidance. Are you willing to accept disciples? There were others who were even more direct, becoming impatient, directly asking this. The others also came over with friendly intentions, coming to curry favor, but they all wanted to get a bit closer first. However, someone directly declared their intentions just like that, launching their assault. I reside in Upper Heaven's Mountain, close to Immortal King. I sensed that there was a great disaster, and thus came down the mountain. The little dog said seriously. Everyone became stupefied. It was actually this serious? However, why did they feel like something wasn't quite right? Speak like a normal person, please. Chao Yuxing said. Human pet, don't try to act cocky before me, or else I'll smack you straight to hell, and you can self-reflect for 10,000 generations. The little dog threatened. This Tao friend, please do not speak randomly. Senior speaks the truth. You cannot speak randomly. The others all criticized Chao Yuxing one after another, eager to get on the little dog's good side. Chao Yuxing wanted to curse. These idiots were all completely fooled by this little dog. Who knew whether this would be a good or bad thing? In reality, these people weren't idiots either. They all felt like this little dog was showing off a bit. But they also understood that its background was great, so they were all merely adapting to the situation. Even Hong family's old ancestor was this dog's human pet. Just how strong was it then? If their relations with this dog were good, then there would be too many benefits. Many people came with goals in mind, feeling that if they could curry favor with this little dog, then it would be the same as forming a powerful alliance with this family. It was something worth making the effort. Hong family's people were all kneeling there, daring to feel anger but not daring to voice anything. All of them could only obediently kneel there. Senior, is there anything you need? We are willing to serve as your running dogs and horses. Someone began to butter it up. However, the little dog immediately glared out. What running dogs or horses? Was this person speaking highly of it or cursing it? That person immediately wanted to smack his own mouth, really choosing the wrong words. However, this was a dog to begin with, so what was even a good way to praise it? This little black dog was still rather calm, not acting out. Moreover, he put on an act, saying, "This poor Taoist has cultivated in seclusion for millions of years, left the world of mortals for countless generations. All I wish to do is experience the affairs of the secular world for a bit. Senior truly is a very able person. Great virtue. Senior's cultivation realm is something we cannot even look up to, cannot fathom." A group of people said in praise and admiration, but there was a bit of truth to it. They indeed couldn't fathom the little dog's current cultivation, unable to see through it at all. They felt like what it said might be reasonable. "I must ask Senior to explain more for us." Lecture on the Tao. "We are full of incomparable desire, willing to listen to great laws." Many people asked. They indeed wished to hear the great Tao lectures of Hong Fa, true Immortal's master. For me, withdrawing from worldly affairs is already something of the lower cultivation realms, explaining scriptures too shallow. All laws and Tao are contained within every word and action, contained within the 100 changes of the mortal world. The little dog said in a deep voice. Chao Yuxing rolled his eyes at him, really wanting to shout out, "You really know how to act." But this time, he was warned by the stupid dog, thus not daring to speak out too much. Otherwise, he would likely have been bitten. "I must ask Senior to help us dispel some of our confusion. Explain a step further." Someone asked seriously. "Wu, that is fine. Do you all have divine medicines on you?" the little dog asked. Everyone felt a wave of hesitation, but in the end, there was still someone who brought out a stalk, placing it on the jade table. This was an inheritor from an immortal domain great family. This was quite the big move, carrying a stalk of divine medicine on him, able to use it to preserve his life when needed. Of course, the roots weren't there, left in the clan's medicinal garden. "Who else has any?" the little dog asked. "I do." Then, there were two others who stood out after some hesitation. Under the little dog's gesturing, they placed the divine medicines on the jade table. Not far out, Chao Yuxing's eyes revealed a flash of lowly light. This time he became quiet. Even without any warnings, he became obedient, playing his part, secretly looking forward to the results. It was because he knew that this stupid dog was definitely not of the good sort, definitely not having good intentions. "Who has a 9 reincarnations immortal pill?" the little dog asked. This time, everyone became speechless. All of them shook their heads. What kind of joke was this? Would they carry something like that randomly on them? That was but an unmatched precious pill refined from long-life medicines. This type of pill was extremely rare, even in immortal domain, rarely seen. However, this type of unmatched immortal pill, even eating a single one gave one the potential to ascend to immortality. This was the most valuable precious pill from the past until now. If you don't, then forget it. The little dog shook its head in a bit of dissatisfaction. Then, it reached out a little claw, picking up a stalk of divine medicine, starting to chew on it like a radish, directly eating it just like that. Senior, that youngster who produced that divine medicine, almost jumped up. Even if he came from immortal domain, his family backing abundant, giving someone their divine medicine to be chewed like a radish really couldn't be endured. This was an utter spendthrift. He originally thought that this little dog would use the divine medicine to derive the great Tao, or perhaps explain some unmatched mysteries of fate or reasoning. In the end, it was directly eaten just like that. The other two who brought out divine medicines couldn't sit still, opening their mouths, about to seize it back, moreover reaching out their hands. But in the end, the little dog was even faster. 2 more radishes obtained, chewing through them. This. The faces of the 3 of them became green. They wanted to say something, even more so wanted to curse out, but they then swallowed it back down, not really daring. In my eyes, the so-called divine medicines and immortal herbs are nothing more than ordinary food, the fruits of the mortal world. After remaining in seclusion for too long, I couldn't help but miss them a bit, wishing to give these medicines a taste. The little dog said. It had a serious look on its face, but a pair of dog paws were slowly moving about, as if it was lazing about, this type of appearance extremely strange. Everyone stared at this carefully, believing that there was some deeper meaning to this. Only Chao Yuxing, who knew its true nature, inwardly spat out, turning his head to leave. He knew that this stupid dog was definitely messing around, leaving him furious. It actually didn't leave a stalk of divine medicine for him. Hao was also speechless. He beckoned Chao Yuxing over, helping him engrave a great formation diagram. Ah! Someone screamed miserably, breaking the silence. Everyone turned around, looking in Hao's direction. Wang De was screaming. The formation in his body was forcibly stripped by Hao, and then engraved into Chao Yuxing's body. This really was forceful. It was directly stripped, not imitating and carving it. It was because Hao was scared that he might make a mistake. Thus, he just domineeringly seized the formation, using it to complete Chao Yuxing. When we obtain all 9 corners of the formation, that will be when you rise up, Hao said with a smile. On the side, blood was flowing out from the corners of Wang Da's mouth, in incomparable pain. The process of having his part of the formation stripped was like having his bones pulled out, his entire body laying weak on the ground. All right, we'll stop here today. I'll help clear up the Tao for you all again next time, the little dog said. Hao didn't ask for Wang Da's life either. I'll leave you with your life for now. It was because he still wanted the formations of the other members of the Wang family. If he killed Wang Da like this, it was easy for there to be strange changes. Dong! Hao pointed out, knocking Wang Da out, and then threw him into a spatial artifact, capturing him alive. It was because he wanted to see if he could seize the chaos-calming art from Wang Da. With so-so noises, the 3 figures disappeared from this place. Why are we running so fast? Chao Yuxing was panting heavily. He couldn't keep up anymore, in the end directly picked up by Hao. Why don't you use your brain before you speak? If we don't run faster, don't tell me you want those old enemies to catch us. The little dog said. Don't you have that human pet? He's a true immortal already. What is there to be scared of? Chao Yuxing asked. If you become a true immortal, would you still willingly become the human pet of another? If he knew that my cultivation disappeared, would he or would he not want to stew me alive? The little dog asked. Of course he would. Bark. I'm going to eat you first. Hao now completely understood. This little dog had too many enemies, to the point where even it was lacking in confidence. After just appearing, it immediately ran. Now, Immortal Domain's great army was here. It was scared that someone would hurry over. Just how many people did he provoke? In the past, just what kind of evil did it commit? Where should we go now? Chao Yuxing asked. We are going to the 9 heavens above, to pay Jin Taijun as well as Wind Clan's old ancestor a visit. Hao said. Dong! A great noise sounded from the void. The entire world was shaking slightly, the boundless force of natural laws appearing. It was as if a giant was brandishing a world-cleaving axe, forging a new universe here. Everything became chaotic. The appearances of many experts in this world changed, feeling a deep chilliness, as well as a wave of powerlessness. This came from outer space. An ancient world drifted over, getting closer and closer to the 3,000 provinces. Soon, everything was going to connect together. The true merging was about to begin. The world was chaotic. The 9 heavens, 10 earths were combining, becoming one sooner or later. In the distance, there was an ancient world surrounded by indistinct stars, releasing hazy radiance. Everything slowly got closer and closer. As it approached the 3,000 provinces, endless lightning flashed between the two, terrifying natural laws surging. Even though they were only approaching each other, not linking up, there was already this type of heaven and earth trembling. Everyone began to feel worry. Once it made contact, connecting together, would large amounts of creatures of the 2 realms be destroyed? This was perhaps a disaster, leaving everyone worried, making them feel fretful. Honglong. At the same time, the 9 heavens had some heavens that were getting closer and closer, about to return to becoming one land. It is even faster than what we imagined, someone said quietly. Immortal domains people gathered in one place, starting to pull together, moreover no longer fighting the creatures of darkness. They were discussing among themselves, someone suggesting to immediately withdraw. It was because in that instant, the essence energy of the world was declining. After merging a bit, the 9 heavens 10 earths would become much more infertile. This was a rebound of the world, quickly entering an era without cultivation. The so-called 9 heavens 10 earths returning to one world was only on the surface. The true nature was a cultivationless era, a true era without cultivation. Within a certain place in the 3,000 provinces, Shi Hao, Chao Yuxing, and the little dog stopped. They stared out quietly, sensing the changes of the great world. Terrible times have arrived. This king choosing to come into the world at this time really was bad timing. The little dog's expression became grave. This time he definitely wasn't putting on airs. Any concrete ideas? Chao Yuxing asked. An age without cultivation, backlash of heaven and earth. Apart from difficulty in advancing one's cultivation, the longevity of all creatures will also sharply decline. Old monsters who have lived for millions of years might start to fall. The little dog said. This was what it was worried over. Right now, it wasn't a true immortal, it couldn't live for an eternity. Its lifespan had a limit. The effects of this were too great on it. Moreover, even if it was a true immortal, they would still encounter danger during this cultivationless era's backlash. This was a dangerous situation. According to what the little dog said, the 9 heavens 10 earths were already no longer suitable for experts to live in. There were going to be great changes. What is the most serious situation like? The experts of the world. What are their fates? Shi Hao began to ask, his expression grave. Everyone's lifespans will greatly shorten. Those over 1,000,000 years in age might directly enter their later years, not having much time left to live. The little dog said with a stern expression. And, even if it is supreme beings, as long as their age is great, their blood energy will dry up, unable to live for much longer. Then what about me? Shi Hao asked. You are still quite fortunate because you are young, yet already a supreme being level expert. You still have quite some time to live, likely able to live for 10,000 years. The little dog said. Chao Yuxing sucked in a cold breath of air. Even after becoming a supreme being, they would still only have 10,000 years. This was terrifying. Compared to before, the drop was too great. No. Perhaps there are only 3,000 or 4,000 years left to live. The little dog said. What? Chao Yuxing almost jumped, becoming more scared the longer they talked. Even supreme beings only had this much time left. Then what about others? Ordinary people won't feel much, their lifespans won't be greatly affected. The ones affected will mostly be cultivators. Otherwise, why would it be called a cultivationless era? The little dog said. Has this happened before? Shi Hao asked. If it happened before, then what was the result? It has. Cultivators died out, immortal domain affected. The loss is not light. The little dog replied seriously. It was a bit nervous, really running into the worst age. The entire world was becoming silent. No cultivators left under the heavens. This was going to be the most terrifying result. Will it affect the creatures of darkness? Shi Hao asked. It is all the same. As long as they are cultivators, they will suffer from the world's backlash. The little dog nodded. This was, perhaps, the only piece of good news. Right now, Shi Hao was standing on Fiend Island, looking at Immortal Tomb. There were still not many changes. His grandfather was still in front of the tomb, while Amon was seated on it. Vaguely, the two seemed to have become one with this place, guarding it. However, they never opened their eyes, not waking up. They didn't move at all, even though 30 years passed. There were still no changes to them at all. Shi Hao just couldn't feel at ease. He rushed here, revealing a look of worry. Darkness matter was corroding this world, and then a cultivationless era was approaching. Should he forcefully bring these two away? You cannot, the little dog said. It immediately revealed a shocked expression, emotions surging intensely. For this little dog to have this type of reaction, it really was a first. This blasted place, it actually revived, the path here about to become usable. That person, that clan, when will they return? It began to mutter. "What do you know about this place?" Xianxia asked. With this type of strange thing here, he naturally wanted to find out everything he could. "I don't know what era that existence is from. During immortal ancient years, there was a disturbance here, some terrifying things that happened, but in the end, the owner wasn't able to return." The little dog said. It spoke honestly, saying that it didn't even know that existence's true background, just how ancient it was. That was perhaps an unmatched existence, or maybe an unmatched species. When it truly returned, it might be the start of this world's most miserable great era. This wasn't just circulated in the present world, history's greatest showdown. A corner of it could be seen even back then. The next great era might be the start of a calamity. Then, everything else was going to end. Everything is going to end. What does this mean? Chao Yuxing was horrified, now truly becoming scared. It means that everything will be settled. Nothing left. The little dog replied. This reply made Chao Yuxing's scalp go numb. This was too terrifying. In the end, the entire world was going to enter a deathly stillness. Conclude like this? Will the creatures of darkness come here? Xianxia asked. This was his greatest worry. They won't, they are fearful of the one arriving through this path as well. Those who can participate in the great showdown are all the highest existences. Not even the creatures of darkness dare rashly provoke them. The little dog said. This made Xianxia release a breath of relief. He was scared that his grandfather and Amon wouldn't be able to escape demonization because they had to stay here. These two have likely been chosen by the one who is arriving by this path. They should be able to obtain a share of the opportunity. The little dog said. Several days later, 2 men and 1 dog appeared in the 9 heavens above. During this process, Wang De was strictly questioned, but his mouth was shut tight, just not speaking. In reality, he didn't have any way of leaking out the chaos calming art either. That was a type of taboo. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, there were restrictions set. Once it touched upon the chaos calming art's secrets, his primordial spirit would explode. In reality, during the interrogation process, there was one time when he almost self-destructed, but Xianxia forcefully suppressed it, and then he was further interrogated. The chaos calming art. Xianxia released a light sigh, unable to forget it. This was the clan's greatest secret. Even Immortal Wang's oldest son Wang De had restrictions placed in his head, rather having him die than leaking out the secret. Even though he already grasped the grass symbol sword art, Xianxia was still strongly attached to the chaos calming art, really wishing to obtain it. It was because he vaguely understood that the chaos calming art was the most suitable for him, tempering his primordial spirit into a sword core, making it sturdy and unbreaking. This was something he longed for. An unmatched great method for tempering the spirit. This was definitely not just a joke. Immortal Wang has made a move, personally coming out of seclusion, searching the world for you, Chao Yuxing said quietly. Ever since they arrived in the 9 heavens, they immediately heard this news. Wang De was captured, causing Immortal Wang to set out. Jin Taijun and Wind Clan's old ancestor also spoke out, denouncing these actions, supporting Wang family. This was the news that began to circulate through the 9 heavens. Xianxia licked his lips, feeling a bit battle-hungry. He wanted to size up the strength of other supreme beings, longing for a fight. Wang family, Jin family, Wind Clan, which one of these have no one overseeing them? Or in other words, which one of them's supreme beings left, no longer remaining in their clans? Xianxia asked. Even though he wanted to pay Jin Taijun a visit, if the other party didn't have a supreme being overseeing the clan, then he was even more willing to pay his respects. He was quite interested in Jin Taijun's divine medicine garden, longing for Wang family's scripture pavilion even more. He wanted to drop by, leave behind his own footprints. Dong. In the 9 heavens, there were 2 heavens that were linked together, now completely merging. There was no great earthquake like what was expected, no countless deaths, only a ripple of great death that hacked at all cultivators, making many people release great cries. Vaguely, everyone felt like they lost some things. An age without cultivation, the backlash of heaven and earth, it had finally arrived. An age without cultivation was starting to descend. As the two heavens linked up together, an indescribable blade hacked through everyone, causing many cultivators to cry out. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. It was as if they lost something. What was this? Many people raised their heads towards the sky, but then they looked at their own hands, touching their flesh. What exactly did they lose? They couldn't say for sure, but they just felt like there were some things that were now far from them. Death of heaven's mandate, the little dog said, its small face dark, expression terrifyingly grave. The small fangs of its mouth were bared, shining and sparkling. It was incredibly serious as it stared towards the sky. What does that mean? Chao Yuxing was confused, starting to ask. The backlash of the world has begun. The heaven's mandate that has been bestowed upon all life has been reaped, cut through. It was just like I said before, everyone's lifespans would quickly decline. Soon, when the 9 heavens 10 earths completely become one, some creatures would directly die from great age. The little dog said. That day, all those who were cultivators sensed something, just that most of them didn't know what happened, not knowing what they lost. Immortal domains people, their higher levels naturally knew what happened. Their expressions were all serious, discussing amongst themselves. Now, more and more people were insisting on withdrawing. The backlash is extremely terrifying. Once it touches upon the most critical moment, if my immortal domain's gates aren't shut, it will definitely become affected. The consequences of this aren't something anyone can bear. An elder said, Go, we must immediately withdraw. There is no way of fighting the creatures of darkness anymore. I believe the higher levels are also going to withdraw. Who dares stay here when the world is undergoing such great changes? A middle-aged commander ordered, also partial towards staying far away from this place. In the various parts of the great continent, half of it was occupied by darkness. Today, their mysterious leaders were also gathering together, discussing things, sure enough also showing signs of withdrawing their troops. The rebound of the world, the arrival of an age without cultivation, this affected too much. I can feel it. A portion of my lifespan has been severed. I need to head into the source of darkness to recover. This truly is frightening. Some people spoke quietly, faint voices sounding from the darkness. It was extremely cold, and also extremely callous, not much emotional fluctuations involved. Similarly, among immortal domains cultivators, there were some who frowned, even individuals as powerful as them being affected. We need to be nourished by immortal Tao, only then can it be compensated. An elder said with a light sigh. They sensed that the situation today was even more severe than they had imagined. They knew that the world was drying up, entering an age without cultivation, but they didn't think it would be as frightening as today. What left them the most shocked was that as the world underwent intense changes, there was this sudden blade that hacked down on them, intangible, but it was brought down on all creatures. This was the mandate of heaven. It couldn't be seen, yet it still truly existed, bestowed by the universe. Now, part of it had been reaped, or perhaps all of it was. Sure Hao sat there. He was also silently examining his body's situation, not feeling any emotions. He calmed his mind, examining all of the changes that were taking place in his body. The blade of the world wasn't something he could change. As a member of this heaven and earth, he couldn't escape it. Should we find a way to enter immortal domain? Chao Yuxing said. They couldn't remain in this place anymore, encountering the worst age. Yes, we were indeed unlucky, coming here in the worst age. What is the most terrifying isn't the ultimate result, but rather this process. It will be difficult to escape being cut down. The little dog was also analyzing and examining everything, coming to this type of conclusion. This was even more terrifying than an age without cultivation. When one personally experienced this type of transformation, what they had to endure was even more severe, even more terrifying. Immortal domain is indeed a place where we can take shelter, but I will not go. The little dog was extremely direct. Right now, that place was equivalent to a tiger's den, a dragon's pool. It had offended too many people. Forget about others. Just that so-called human pet, Hong family's old ancestor, was already someone it couldn't handle. Once he discovered it, he would definitely want to skin it alive. There was no need for doubt. At the true immortal domain, those people already had heaven-reaching methods, not something the little dog could deal with anymore. Just how many bad things did you do? Even sure how couldn't help but ask. Could it be that it didn't even have a few friends? Sigh, all my friends are in this realm. I never swindle associates, friends, or relatives, so I could only cause trouble in immortal domain. In the end, all my friends on this side were killed. Falling in Immortal Ancient's last phase, there is already nothing to hope for. The little dog sighed. Your clan doesn't have anyone else? Or Dao companions? Something like that? Chao Yuxing mocked it. I rose up from an uncultivated land, achieved unmatched results from an ordinary flesh body, reigning sovereign with immortal kings, coexisting with the world. These are things my clansmen could not attain. Dao companion, when I was in immortal domain, back then, there was one who caught my eye, but we had a falling out, unable to seize her. Instead, she wanted to take me as a war pet, and thus even fought without end immortal king. If I appear now, if she were to find out. When the little dog spoke up to hear, it shrunk its neck, not daring to saying any more. Chao Yuxing stared blankly for a long time, and only afterwards did he say, You really are a dog threatening based on its master's power. You couldn't forcefully seize that ordinary woman, suffering retribution. Bark. Do you even know how to speak properly? The little dog bared its fangs, barking out, throwing itself over. Even though it was only the size of a palm, it directly pressed itself onto Chao Yuxing, stepping on his face, baring its fangs. Am I not speaking the truth? Truth my ass. That's a heavenly talent, immortal domain's exceptional expert. Is that some ordinary woman? I was challenging authority, not submitting to force. The little dog said self-righteously. In the 9 heavens above, it wasn't calm at all. All of the clans were panicking. An age without cultivation was coming. Who wouldn't be shocked? Right now, even long-life families were running, withdrawing, wishing to enter immortal domain and escape this disaster. This was not a place they could stay in. In order to achieve this, they didn't hesitate to pay any price, trying their best to curry favor with some great powers in immortal domain. For example, there were some long-life inheritances that married their sex holy ladies to the young disciples of a true immortal family, no longer tending to their clan's past requirements of their holy ladies to be incorruptible, cannot be married off to anyone. At the same time, their requirements of the true immortal clan's young disciple wasn't that high either. It's fine even if they weren't of the direct line of descent. Fine as long as they could enter immortal domain through this sect. Sure Hao's first target was Jin family. After wandering about this place for 2 or 3 days, he already understood some circumstances. Jin family was currently trying to get close to the original family in immortal domain, but the results were far from reassuring. Previously, there were some clues, but recently the connection was broken again. Now, they had hopes of using the clan's ancient scriptures as the primer, use this to exchange for some benefits from immortal domain. Apart from this, they also tried to contact the creatures of darkness, making preparations all around. Jin Tai-jun, that old thing has come out. Sure Hao had long restrained his aura. A streak of light flashed past his eyes. After a few days, he finally sensed that Jin Tai-jun was moving, about to leave Jin clan. Previously, he had still thought that she would have left long ago, but in the end, he found that she still remained in the clan. Fortunately, they didn't act rashly, not barging straight in, or else if Jin Tai-jun personally operated the clan's exceptional formations, there might be great danger. A carriage rushed out from Jin family, moving slowly, carrying wisps of chaotic energy. It was extremely hazy and indistinct. 9 Luan birds pulled the carriage, their appearances like phoenixes, incredibly divine and heroic. The carriage was cast from bronze gold, carrying a feeling of past history, great changes. This was a powerful precious emperor's carriage that had experienced archaic great battles. Apart from this, the 9 Luan birds were also extremely strong, their feathers carrying metallic radiance, powerful, chilly, and intimidating. When a supreme being set out, there would be a great display of extravagance. One could see that even cultivators of the self-release realm were trembling in fear, Not even individuals as powerful as them could handle the pressure of a supreme being, kneeling down. As for the others, there was even less of a need to talk about them, all of them laying weak on the ground. These were the people seeing her off, their expressions incomparably serious, respectfully sending Jin Taijuan's carriage into the distance. Hao was in awe. There were no weak members among supreme beings after all of them people who crawled through a sea of blood, a mountain of corpses ultimately achieving the Tao. They were all outstanding figures among men, the very best since the archaic times. Will we be able to break through their formations? Hao asked the little dog. It is a bit tricky. This formation carries immortal Tao aura. Even though it isn't complete, much of my primordial spirit has scattered, now only retaining a portion of my past memories. If we forcefully try to break through the formation, the dangers are extremely great. The little dog replied. This was their previous plan, to charge in once the supreme being left, completely loot their divine medicine garden. However, now there was trouble. Jin family's formation was more formidable than they had anticipated. Hao's eyes erupted with divine radiance. If we can't, then we'll just charge straight in. I'll intercept Jin Taijun, drag her back here. This clan, Feng clan, and others have all come into contact with the creatures of darkness. This was what Hao secretly learned, so he didn't feel any guilt in doing this. We can give it a try. The little dog actually agreed, having other bad intentions. The carriage headed forward, primal chaos swirling about. This was the war chariot of a supreme being, carrying Jin Taijun as it set out. 9 Luan birds pulled the carriage, an extremely great show of extravagance. Along the way, when creatures of different clans saw this, all of them showed great acts of respect. Many people knelt down, their expressions full of panic, bodies shaking in fear. It was because Jin Taijun seemed to be absent-minded, thinking about some matters, which was why her supreme being aura leaked out, making the experts along the way shudder all over. In the 9 heavens above, this was an extreme expert that couldn't be challenged. With just a thought from a supreme being, a self-release expert could be killed, all life ended. This level was already high up above, not something others could compare to. Of course, this was still in the mortal Tao domain, not approaching true immortal realm, a level that represented breaking through all disasters, completely achieving long life. Jin Taijun was hesitating, wondering just what she should do. Should she sell out some great interests to enter immortal domain, or should she just fully jump ship with the darkness, entering that dark world? Jin family came from immortal domain, they had a foundation there. However, after endless years passed, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields. Their original family already migrated. Things remained the same, but people have changed. Immortal domain was extremely large and vast. There were some regions not even immortal kings could explore. Jin family's original family seemed to be avoiding a disaster of war, fleeing into a place others weren't willing to step foot in. There were some clues, but why did the trail suddenly turn cold after we came into contact? Jin Taijun was inwardly vexed. If she had a choice, she wasn't willing to step into the world of darkness, because a single mistake, and she wouldn't be herself anymore, become corroded by darkness. This was despite the other side's continuous reassurance that the world of darkness had methods, had the ability to ensure that Jin family's people would retain their memories of this world, that they could undergo a darkness rebirth. If this really could be achieved, then the benefits would be tremendous. Not only could they continue living, they would still be themselves, moreover carry out a darkness evolution, their cultivation levels becoming higher than before, advancing greatly. This was extremely enticing, but she still felt endless misgivings, fearing that the other side was tricking her. Right now, she wanted to head to a certain land, meet the people from a certain immortal domain, true immortal family. Then, she would personally meet the darkness creatures on the way back. She was playing with fire. Jin family was playing with fire. Hao followed them from the distance, waiting for a chance. He was quite curious. The supreme being aura that came out from that carriage was extremely unstable, rising and falling. This was not normal. Could it be that Jin Taijuan's emotions were unstable, that she was absent-minded? I am preparing to take action. "This is a rare opportunity," Xianxia said. The little dog's entire body shone. Even though a large portion of its cultivation had been severed, it was still not something ordinary creatures could compare with. Protected Chao Yuxing withdrawing into the distance. Xianxia took a deep breath. Then he silently drew the everlasting sword core. In the end, a streak of immortal radiance was drawn out. One sword heading west, man and blade becoming one, entering the sky dome, stabbing towards the Emperor carriage. It really was just too fast, impossible for one to react in time. For the sake of displaying this attack, he didn't hold back at all. True phoenix wings, Kuan-Peng wings, lightning wings, all of it appeared, merging together, crossing countless li with just a single movement. Xianxia stabbed towards the sky dome, entering the carriage. This war chariot was extremely sturdy and extraordinary. A powerful defensive magical artifact. Right now, radiance erupted, symbols covering everything, exceptionally brilliant. However, the everlasting sword core was extraordinary, the material special. After Xianxia supported it, its power became astonishing. This was especially the case when what he used right now was the grass symbol sword art. Sword energy split the heavens, gushing out from the everlasting sword core. The sword intent was unimaginable, just too terrifying. Ka! The carriage immediately exploded, crushed on the spot. A sword cut through the air, divine radiance appearing in endless streaks, chaotic energy surging. This sword's power was too great, cutting through everything. Jin Taijun was startled. When killing intent attacked from the rear, she quickly made a reaction, not turning around, but instead shifting sideways, moreover flying forward. As she evaded, heaven and earth collapsed. This was the result of her supreme being physique, crushing all things, this alone enough to prove just how powerful creatures of this cultivation realm were. However, how could Xianxia be that easy to avoid? He carried the intent to kill, his magical force activated to its fullest. His Dao skills all operated to the extreme. Sword energy surged, grass symbol sword art erupting, sweeping through the world. Boundless sword intent surrounded the sky dome, killing intent radiance hiding the sky and covering the earth, ever present, impossible to escape from. However, rarely did supreme beings die from surprise attacks in this world. Their divine awareness was sharp. Jin Taijun retaliated crazily, doing everything she could to evade and resist. Piu piu. During this process, the 9 Luan birds exploded one after the other. Even though their cultivation levels were quite high, personally experiencing Jin Taijun's baptism, it still wasn't enough. In a battle between supreme beings, creatures of other cultivation levels couldn't retaliate at all. They would immediately explode, turn into bloody mist, body and spirit wiped out. This was not a battle of the same order of magnitude at all. In reality, there were no other creatures nearby. Jin Taijun's escorts and servants, all of them turned into dust under this type of domain. No way they could survive. This place was completely cleaned out. Jin Taijun's mind was shaking. In the 9 heavens, who dared take action against her? Who could take action against her? She immediately realized that news of Jin family coming into contact with the creatures of darkness might have leaked out, that immortal domain might have sent people to assassinate her. Otherwise, why would it be like this? Or perhaps it was the creatures of darkness who realized that she might have cast her lots with immortal domain again, and that was why they sent out an expert to teach her a lesson. Pooh! Jin Taijun's back was dyed in blood, pierced through by a streak of sword radiance, becoming injured. From start until now, she was always in an extremely passive situation, unable to turn around at all. The main thing was that she thought too much, overly suspicious of everyone, causing her to be distracted, unable to display exceptional fighting strength. She remained extremely cautious, not fighting to the death. She actually turned into a streak of divine light, about to escape. Hong! Xianxia displayed his might, activating a great method. He used the true 8-9 heavens art, the unmatched great method of the chaos demonic ape bloodline, attacking with world-shocking berserk force. When Xianxia's fist smashed outwards, heaven and earth erupted, this entire void becoming crushed, exploding. Primal chaos surged, as if a whole world was being established. This was the most powerful attack Hao released. His spiritual energy rose to deal with this situation. With a pung sound, Jin Taijun released a miserable scream, her body flying out, a small half exploding. It was extremely bloody, her figure immediately crashing into the limits of the horizon. It was just too easy. Hao was shocked. The other person actually didn't turn around to fight, completely focused on running. The older one became the smaller their courage. This Jin Taijun actually escaped. Hong Long. Hao gave chase, gathering endless divine might, chasing after her. If others saw this, they would definitely be shocked. He was actually chasing down a supreme being. Jin Taijun had already been well known for too long. Even though her age was great, body declining, she was still not something others could compare to. Her magical force was vigorous, fighting strength exceptional. With a so noise, Jin Taijun's figure vanished, entering the void. Go, hurry and head to Jin family. It is likely the clan's receiving great formation that has displayed its use, dragging her back. She really is fearful of death, the little dog said. Hao didn't say anything, bringing the little dog and Xiao Yuxing with him, quickly leaving. Jin family had a great formation that protected the clan. This formation had another use, which was that it could guide Jin Taijun back from other regions. With a putong noise, Jin Taijun fell on the ground, entire body covered in blood, half of it ruined, truly leaving everyone from Jin family horrified. The old ancestor was actually like this, injured to this state. In almost an instant, Hao and the others hurried over. It was because the Emperor carriage had just brought Jin Taijun away, not leaving the 9 heavens yet. With Hao's supreme being speed, he could naturally hurry over with extreme speed. Wu, I've gained some insights. Charge inside and follow her. Add chaos to her panic. This way, I can fully understand this formation. The little dog said. Hao didn't say anything else. He condensed the sword art, displaying unmatched sword intent, directly slaughtering his way over. Who could stop him? Even if it was a long-life family, they couldn't do it anymore now. Unless they activated the clan protecting great formation, or if Jin Taijun personally took action, no one else could stop Hao's advance. Pooh! When a self-release realm expert's head flew, body and spirit started to explode. Everyone played their part, falling weakly onto the ground, shaking all over. Hao charged into the formation, heading straight for Jin Taijun. Colluding with the creatures of darkness. Do you understand your sins? Hao roared. Jin Taijun, who had just fled back, panicked even more, rushing inside, wishing to reach the center of the formation and control it. Stay as far away from the terrifying assassin behind her as possible. Hao's words were extremely effective. Jin Taijun was completely exposed, becoming flustered. Her gait is exposing the secrets. I understand part of this formation's secrets, the little dog said. It stared at the path she took, all the while giving pointers to Hao for how he should proceed. In the past, Jin Taijun was high up above, looking down on the little stone. If not for Great Elder's protection, he would have long been crushed under her finger. Despite this being the case, in the end, it was still under Jin Taijun's urge that Hao was sent out of Imperial Pass, handed over to the other side. He experienced endless dangers, almost dying in the other side. Back then, for the sake of getting rid of Hao, she didn't hesitate to give up her supreme being dignity doing this type of thing. She never would have thought that this youngster would rise up so quickly, now charging into Jin family with a sword in hand, coming to kill her. This matter was definitely going to shake up the 9 heavens. The great long-life families were all going to shiver in fear. A supreme being slaughtered his way over, charging into Jin family. This was truly shocking. The entire 9 heavens was going to be shaken up because of this. Jin Taijun achieved the Tao before the archaic times, extremely well known. Yet she was being chased down, her hair completely disheveled, entire body covered in blood, in a sorry state as she fled for her life. She really was losing her head, believing that news of her collusion with the creatures of darkness had been exposed. Now unable to tend to anything else, heading straight for the family's deepest parts to preserve her own life. Along the way, no one stopped them, because under the release of supreme being auras, everyone was shivering in fear, kneeling on the ground, unable to raise their heads. There were some people who forcefully got up to resist, but in the end, their bodies cracked apart, then completely exploded, body and spirits erased. Chao Yuxing saw this clearly, all of his fine hairs standing on end. This was the first time he realized just how terrifying supreme beings were. Right now, the distance between himself and his old friend was just too great. Even if Hao didn't take action, the aura he released was enough to crush everything. The reason why Chao Yuxing was completely unaffected was still mainly because of that little dog's protection. Along the way, essence energy surged, strange rocks were arranged all around. Collect! Hao saw a palace, the inside full of stones, some of them releasing divine multicolored light, some flowing with chaotic energy, all of them extremely special. They are all rare treasures, within them primal chaos stone pieces, world stone fragments, and others. The little dog said, already about to drool. These were all things that, regardless of whether it was the refining of armors and weapons, or even arranging formations, were core materials. Just the world stone fragments alone were enough to move even true immortals' hearts. Normally, if one wanted to come here, it was just too hard. This was already Jin family's important place, protected by great formations. However, now, because Jin Taijun really was losing her head, fleeing frantically, it was basically the same as showing outsiders the way in. Medicine garden? Up ahead, there was a rich fragrance, an orchard appearing, all of them divine fruit trees. There were glistening golden peaches, bright red vermilion fruits, sparkling purple chilan fruits. This orchard was not simple, having some half-divine fruits. In the outside world, they were all shockingly precious medicinal fruits. There was nothing left to say. With a bark, the little dog pounced out, immediately feasting on some fruits. This type of half-divine trees were definitely not high-yielding types, every single tree only having a few fruits. When Chao Yuxing saw this, he immediately threw them into his mouth as well, fighting over them. Hao was extremely fierce, uprooting this entire orchard and collecting it into a spatial magical artifact. It was because this type of trees couldn't be nurtured without proper earth. He pulled everything up just like that, basically looting Jin family's backing. Long-life families were powerful because of all different aspects, they had all types of accumulation. These divine fruit trees were naturally one part of it. Where is the divine medicine garden? The little dog was looking around. Hao was also searching, because this was what he truly wanted. Even in immortal domain, they could still be considered rare great medicines. Jin family's people were simply about to cry. They understood clearly what was going on. These were simply bandits. They seized whatever they saw along the way, cleaning them out. It was to the extent where they didn't even let palaces go, just pulling them straight up. However, what could they do? They were powerless to stop this. All of them were kneeling on the ground, their bodies trembling, not even daring to raise their heads. They weren't even able to see what these robbers looked like. Hateful. This palace is made from jade, but it's actually just a bathroom. Even long-life families need these types of things. Chao Yuxing swore, almost directly erupting into curses. He fought with the little dog at the same time, copying Hao, also collecting everything he saw, uprooting even the palaces. In the end, he never expected this white jade building to be a restroom. Hao was speechless, really not knowing what to say. That's something prepared for little kids. The little dog bared its fangs, revealing a look of disdain. In the distance, those people kneeling on the ground really were crying. Just where did these robbers come from, not even letting their bathrooms go? What was even going to remain afterwards? They had a feeling that wherever these robbers passed, everything would be completely looted, not even leaving anything behind. After all these years, it was always Jin family that acted powerfully. Which clan wouldn't bow down wherever they passed? If they saw a treasure they liked in another clan, soon afterwards, it would be offered up respectfully. Yet today they became victims. A supreme being came to attack, clearly just to loot them, plunder everything in their clan. The most terrifying thing was that their clan's pillar, Jean Taijun, was actually fleeing, not resisting this person. Her body covered in blood. This made all of Jean family's clansmen's hearts go cold. Hong. The earth shook greatly because there were some palaces that had formations, triggering great disorder. However, these formations weren't clan-protecting great formations, so they couldn't do much to supreme being-level experts. Jean Taijun, where do you think you are going? After colluding with the creatures of darkness, I represent Immortal domain in capturing and killing you. Sure Hao shouted from the back. While charging forward, he entered the very depths of Jean family. It's a stalk of divine medicine. This was a restricted area. There were low mountains with rising purple energy, ancient caves where white mist was pervading the air, as well as some palaces. It was like a wonderland. They saw a stalk of medicine that rushed into the ground with a so sound. Escaping. Collect. However, this area was sealed. Even though the divine medicine's escape techniques were astonishing, it still couldn't leave this region. With a wave of Sure Hao's hand, it was forcibly pulled out of the earth. This was a divine-level old ginseng, faint golden in color, sparkling and brilliant. It was like a small sun in his hand, illuminating an expanse in the void. Its roots were thick, half a person in height, making one feel like they were looking at an elder. Even though this thing looks fragrant and sweet, I'm a bit unwilling to just eat it. Chao Yuxing smacked his lips. The little dog rushed over, its skin thick, saying extremely shamelessly, "Let me take a look. It's probably just a big radish, right?" It had a harmless look on its face, but it suddenly revealed a mouthful of snow-white fangs, throwing itself over, wishing to fight over it. Yet it was then directly pushed to the side by the already prepared Sure Hao. This medicine definitely couldn't be eaten directly, but in the future they could extract some juices, use it to refine medicine. This was a great harvest. Was this Jean family's divine medicine garden? The divine medicines are all scattered about. It seems like even Jean family only has a few stalks. This courtyard only has a single old ginseng. Sure Hao suspected. Right now, Jean Taijun's eyes were deep and cold. She now recovered a bit from her daze, realizing that she was too flustered, actually guiding her enemy in how to break the formation, provoking a huge disaster. Go to hell! She released a shout, suddenly stopping, activating the formation, wishing to use this to refine away Sure Hao and the others. Hong! They've already gone this far. Sure Hao rushed forward fiercely, slaughtering his way over. Under the help of the little dog, the formation was continuously suppressed, allowing them to get close. Kill! It was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, Sure Hao used the grass symbol sword art, hacking out with countless streaks of sword energy, submerging the heavens. Jean Taijun was endlessly bewildered. This person's sword art was too powerful. Could it be that he really came from Immortal domain? It was because now, in the 9 heavens, no one grasped this type of sword art. Moreover, the 9 heavens' supreme beings were limited. If anyone took action against her, she would be able to immediately recognize them. A wave of coldness rose within her. The matters of Wang De being captured had been heard by her. Was it this person who now came after her? Just what kind of background did he have? Chi. That day, the clans of the 9 heavens were all shocked, because they saw sword energy shaking the heavens where Jean family was. It was too horrifying, piercing through the sky dome, hacking down many great stars. Boo! Jean Taijun found it hard to calm down, thinking about too many things, and as a result had her body pierced by a streak of scarlet multicolored light from Sure Hao. What? She shivered inwardly. Why was there one streak of sword energy among these that was special, impossible to defend against? It pierced through her palm and fingers, into her body, delivering a serious injury. This was a streak of light that Sure Hao obtained from heavenly tribulation, something that came with the lightning pool. It was the streak of essence that remained from the immortal killing guillotine, seized by him. This thing was extremely terrifying. Ah! Jean Taijun released a low roar, her head of hair flying about in chaos. Her entire body's aura surged, now truly angered. Now that they were going all out, her power was displayed. The main thing was that she was standing at the center of Gene family, grasping an extremely great formation. Chi chi chi. Streak after streak of immortal energy surged, carrying a terrifying aura. This was the ruined formation of an immortal. Break! The little dog shouted. It activated many formation banners, wishing to break down this formation. Kill! Xianxia released a great roar. He was like a demon king, his head of hair flying about chaotically. He used the chaos demonic ape bloodline's extreme art, his magical projection surging, filling the world. He towered into the clouds, able to grab the moon with a raise of his hand. Behind him, a violent ape could vaguely be made out, omnipotent, about to destroy the universe. His large hand grabbed outwards, wishing to flatten Gene family's ancient land. Something doesn't seem quite right. This formation has a ruined spirit, like the vessel spirit of a weapon. It has something similar. The little dog shouted. This was what Gene family relied on. Once the great formation revived and the ruined spirit supported it, it would be extremely terrifying. I can only stall for a bit. Buy us enough time to escape. The little dog shouted. Who? Great winds roared. Xianxia slaughtered his way over, his giant palm crushing countless places in Gene family's ancient land, making rubble rush into the heavens. The great palaces all collapsed. This was still the result of being protected by formations, or else they would definitely all turn to ashes. This place was different after all, a ring able to hold a mountain. The limited ancient land actually became as boundless as the heavens, able to hold Xianxia's magical projection. This place becoming increasingly spacious. It was as if they arrived at an ancient battlefield. This was the result of Gene family's great formation displaying its use. Xianxia walked forward, attacking fiercely. With a honglong noise, he displayed the 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art. In that instant, there really were 6 Dao that circulated magical force matchless. Previously, half of Gene Taijun's body was already gone, losing too much supreme being blood. She was seriously injured from the start of the battle, so now, she found it harder and harder to keep up. With a pu sound, she coughed out large mouthfuls of blood while resisting. Xianxia displayed the 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art. It was as if a crazy wind swept past. Gene Taijun's head actually flew out, her body crushed by the 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art. Did you succeed? Chao Yuxing was excited. Hurry and leave, the little dog shouted. They were at a critical point. If they still didn't go, then the formation supported by the ruined spirit would completely submerge them, forever burying them here. Who are you? Who are you? Gene Taijun roared in fury. She really found this too hard to accept. It was because she was left in too sully of a state today, intercepted on the way here, and then even chased into her official residence. Even though she had the protection of formations, she still suffered such serious injuries. She already sensed that everything that happened today was because of her own guilty conscience, that she lost her composure. This person was most likely not an enforcer from Immortal domain. If he was, then he could come in a powerful and upright manner. There was no need to mislead her, distract her. After all these years of battles, just how many times had she been in this sorry of a state? When she thought back, from the archaic times until now, perhaps only before she fully matured, as well as when she fought in Desolate Border's great battle, did she encounter this type of life and death danger. Today, an unknown opponent made all types of suggestions, misleading her, distracting her, causing her to suffer so miserably. It truly was vexing. At the crucial point, she already sensed that even though this opponent was at the Supreme Being realm, there were some issues not too stable. Moreover, he should still be extremely young. She could feel an exuberant life aura. This made her feel more and more humiliated. This was a new Supreme Being? Yet he actually made her run for her life like this. It really was too humiliating. Against a newcomer, she could just turn around, slaughter her way over, just cut him down. Heh! Xianxia sneered. Currently, he grasped the Chaos Demonic Ape Race's great method, proficient in the 8-9 Heavens mysterious technique, 72 transformations reaching perfection, concealing his true self, not even heavenly eyes able to see through him. Who are you? You are actually proficient in the 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art. Jin Taijun roared, staring into his eyes, wishing to see through his soul. She felt like this person was a bit familiar. Those clear eyes made her feel uneasy, making her feel hard-pressed, driving her furious, carrying ridicule. This was especially the case with Hao's smile, which carried a type of indescribable implication, making her mind tremble. This type of vague feeling felt more and more real. Impossible! Jin Taijun's head shook greatly, blood gushing out from her broken neck. She was frightened by her own thoughts because she felt like this seemed like that brat from back then. Even though she couldn't see the truth, blocked by the body protection symbols, those eyes were just too similar. Huang! Her mind trembled, even herself feeling like this was inconceivable. Wasn't he crippled? How could he still stick it through after suffering from the immortal killing curse? 30 years passed. The past youngster should already be a normal commoner, perhaps even already one with the yellow earth. Only it was too similar. Those eyes seemed to belong to the same person. Were there even creatures who achieved the Tao in a few decades? There weren't. It was impossible. She forcefully shook her head, immediately rejecting this notion. In this great era, there were no supreme being under 500 years of age. This was a taboo dividing line. No one had ever crossed it before. Huang was crippled. How could he go against this type of forbidden domain, achieving the Tao? However, why were those eyes so similar? Qi. A streak of sword radiance hacked over. Grass symbol sword art. Sword Tao unmatched, unstoppable, simply about to destroy the great universe. Among them, there was still a streak of scarlet multicolored radiance that was supported, the essence left behind by the immortal killing guillotine. However, it was avoided by Jin Taijun. She felt great restraining fear towards that red radiance. However, the grass symbol sword art was strange, incomparably vicious. It erupted in the void, stalk after stalk of grass appearing in the void, taking root in the sky dome. Every single stalk had 9 blade leaves that moved about. Sword energy erupted in millions and millions of streaks, rumbling with noise like an endless waterfall, pouring down from the heavens. This type of scene was too terrifying, hacking through all things. "We're leaving," the little dog roared, screaming out with everything it had. If they didn't leave now, then the formation's ruined spirit would support the great formation. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. Now there was no time left. Hao narrowed his eyes. He saw blood radiance erupting, saw Jin Taijun's head split open. The endless heavy sword energy crashed down like a primal chaos waterfall, pouring down from above, crushing everything. However, he also released a sigh. Cutting down the primordial spirit in that skull didn't seem too likely. So. How followed behind the little dog, disappearing in the blink of an eye, rushing out of Jin family, disappearing into the limits of the horizon. In the back, immortal light overflowed, auspicious multicolored light appearing in endless streaks, shattering heaven and earth. It swept through endless mountains and rivers, but didn't land on their bodies. Is it him? Is it really him? Within Jin family's central ancient land, there was a cracked skull that released radiance. Jin Taijun's primordial spirit left its shell, muttering there. She was truly shocked. She felt more and more like that was Huang. However, it just didn't make sense. How could it be him? She entered a state of confusion. In the end, she broke out into a cold shiver. If it was that youngster, then things were a lot more troublesome. Just how old was he? In the world of cultivation, he was just too young. However, he already achieved so much. Just how ridiculous would he become in the future? Who could stop him? If he was given some more time, even in immortal domain, this youngster would stir up a great storm. A commotion erupted in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Now, immortal domains people were discussing their withdrawal and most people agreed. However, this also triggered a crisis, because all those who had previously came into contact with the creatures of darkness couldn't return to immortal domain. This left many people in fear. They were full of unwillingness, thus protesting, becoming noisy. The inauspicious definitely couldn't be brought back to immortal domain. The disaster absolutely could not appear in that pure land. These were the rules. In the last great era, there were great senior figures, well-known exceptional experts who, because they fought year-round against creatures of darkness, were contaminated by darkness aura, thus despite being great figures, still ultimately couldn't return to immortal domain. The 9 heavens restricted regions, some of them had this type of background. No, we have to return. Some people roared out, simply about to rebel. Unfortunately, the attitude of the higher levels was too firm. Most people could return, but those who had came into contact with the creatures of darkness for too long, clearly having a darkness aura to them, had to stay behind. It was to the extent where they even made some arrangements for these people so they could enter some restricted regions. It was rumored that those were the homes of heaven's pride existences who previously came from immortal domain. These places well known and powerful. After remaining quiet for so many years, is there still any life left in the restricted regions? We might just be throwing our lives away by going there. It is rumored that those who entered have never came back out alive. The situation was a bit chaotic. In reality, regardless of whether it was the 9 heavens or the 10 earths, they were all like this. All powers were in disorder. Long life families unable to remain calm. Sure how cut down Jin Taijun, news of this only began to spread. Not known by all. Otherwise, the chaos would be even greater. Right now, there was a distinguished gathering in immeasurable heaven, known as a gathering of geniuses. The current situation was terrifying, an age without cultivation about to descend. So immortal domain's cultivators were all scared, wishing to withdraw. The creatures of darkness didn't wish to fight head-on either, wishing to withdraw. So there were naturally some clan elites from the 9 heavens that were indecisive. They were all trying to find a way to leave this world. The distinguished meeting this time could be considered the final farewell of this generation's most powerful. It was because the paths of the various clans were all different. Of course, this was also a meeting of exchange, seeing the choices others made where the various families were headed. Did you all hear? 10 Crown King who had remained in seclusion for many years has come out, about to participate in this gathering. It is rumored that from today forth, he would head straight into immortal domain. I heard that the dual pupil Shi has also been chosen by immortal domain, going to become the direct inheritor of a powerful ancient sect. There is no lack of paths for geniuses. The most stunning people are destined to be chosen. Along the way, Hao heard all types of rumors. He was extremely interested. 30 years passed. How were those old friends doing? The final distinguished meeting of this great era. Those people represent the very peak of this generation. Even great Su Tuo, Lan Xian, Tugu Yulong. All of them are going to appear. Will people like us be able to go? Even though we are powerful figures in our region, in this generation, we aren't part of the most powerful group. We'll just take a look outside. Along the way, all types of news spread. Many people were discussing, looking forward to this, but also feeling regret. The greater situation was worsening. Many heaven's prides were going to stay far from this earth. Enter immortal domain. This was going to be the final distinguished gathering. Fairy Wang, she will appear. Even though I admire her, I don't even have the qualifications to associate with her. Wang Shi is no longer Wang family's most important inheritor. Wang Shi has appeared. He is known to be unmatched under heaven, peerless. He will most likely head there. So Fairy Wang Shi's brilliance will definitely wane in comparison. Jin Zhan is also going. Have he and Wang Shi become Dao companions yet? I seem to have heard that some circumstances have appeared in Jin family. The cultivators of various lands were discussing this. The main thing was that the gathering of geniuses this time carried special meaning. The glory of this great era about to come to a close decline. These people were going their separate ways, possibly never meeting again. There were some people who released sighs, discussing and mentioning many people. They were all the heroic talents of this world. I heard that the holy ladies of heaven mending sect have returned to being one, becoming stunning and exceptional, terrifyingly powerful. Sky-severing sex which isn't simple either. How quietly listened to it all. His gains not small. Learning some information about some of his old friends. Chao Yuxing's eyes became brilliant, rubbing his hands and saying, We should also go. It's already about time to return. We haven't come out in 30 years. It should be time for others to know that Sovereign Chao has returned. If we are talking about who is the #1 hero under the sky, then I'll have to just show everyone who they're messing with. If you want to achieve the Tao, you should just wait another 500 years. The little dog said ruthlessly, directly beating him down. Who is the greatest hero under the sky? It's me, Great Sovereign Chao. Chao Yuxing was full of confidence, shouting loudly, bark. As a result, he was directly knocked to the ground by a palm-sized little dog. His face even stepped on, unable to get back up. The little dog stepped on his cheek, barking continuously. Already so big, but he is being pressed to the ground by a little dog. Moreover, had the nerve to shout like this. It really is embarrassing. What great sovereign. You can't even defeat that dog, bullied like this, truly trash. Can you not make so much noise? Along the way, the pedestrians were shocked. When they saw this scene, they all curled their lips, purposely mocking and ridiculing Chao Yuxing. Why do I feel like things are a bit strange? Did you all hear when Wangda was captured? There was a little dog that participated in that event. There were quite a few people along the way, all of them hurrying towards Shumi Mountain, this sacred land. Shumi Mountain was a sacred land of the ancient monk bloodline. However, unfortunately, because of a battle, Shumi Mountain was beaten into ruin, the peak sinking into primal chaos, not appearing again. Now, there were only some skeletal remains, as well as a giant broken mountain. It was rumored that Shumi Mountain towered into outer space before, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars, vast beyond compare. It was the 4th great peak in the world, imperishable throughout the ages. Many divine medicines planted on it. Apart from this, on the mountain peak, there were immortal herbs and Buddha trees, as well as the well-known Bodhi immortal tree, a type of unmatched long-life medicine. Unfortunately, as the years passed, the past glory perished. The ancient monk bloodline also declined after Immortal Ancients' battle, to the extent where it disappeared. The so-called glory and so-called long life were relative. When a true great disaster descended, there weren't many who could ensure eternal survival. There weren't any obstructions along the way. Sherhao's group approached Shumi Mountain's remains. Along the way, the ancient mountain towered, extending out continuously. One could imagine just how beautiful and gorgeous this place used to be. There were wisps of extraordinary aura even now. Most of the mountains were broken, having experienced great battles. The great mountain peaks were all flattened, only half of their once magnificent bodies remaining. Old vines stretched across, some shockingly thick, those as thick as buckets commonly seen. Crude houses could also be seen, scattered around the mountain ridge. Spiritual energy pervaded the air. As they went deeper, the plant life was no longer as luxuriant, some ancient lands exposed. There were many remains and broken buildings covering the mountains, the debris shining. The ancient monk bloodline's bricks, tiles, and other things were all quite special. There were silver-bricked monasteries and golden-tiled temples, all of them sacred buildings, immortal monks even seated within them before. Unfortunately, everything had long become smoke. That battle destroyed everything in the world. Even the glorious ancient sects were overthrown. Back then, the unmatched immortal monk king was known to have an unbreakable golden body, able to directly face Shuchuo and Anlin. These people, yet in the end, his golden body was still struck through. That day, the Xianxia's golden body collapsed. Shumi Mountain thus fractured, the peaks disappearing, thus becoming a thing of the past. That day, monk blood dyed the heavens, 6 Tao weeping, the world in grief. The past battle shocked the heaven and earth, with even supernatural beings sobbing. The ancient monk's divine abilities were fully revealed. The country within the palm. Buddha lives in the future. What imperishable monk. All of it was displayed, the world slaughtered to a scarlet red. However, defeat was still defeat in the end. This place became ruins, becoming a relic of the past. It was like a reincarnation. In the end, the day would come when there will be another great battle. The great confrontation will arrive, the world ravaged by flames, shouts of killing shaking the skies, those involved not limited to the 9 heavens 10 earths, but also from the worlds of the heavens. There were legends stating that Shumi Mountain would return in the future, that the Buddha would be reborn through flames from the ruins, participate in the Great Showdown, carry out a final battle. This place really is big. In the past, just how many people were there in this inheritance? Chao Yuxing was speechless. It had already been quite some time since they first stepped into this place, too many temple traces along the way. As a whole, this place really was just too vast and boundless. In the past, this was a Buddha country, all of the residents monks. There were millions and millions of creatures, all of them believing in immortal monk king, consecrating the Zhang 6 golden body in the temple. The little dog sighed with admiration, its expression complicated, recalling some matters of the past. What can you remember? Shurhao asked. The little dog smacked its lips, saying, Sigh, in the past, immortal monk king had a Buddha lotus growing in that virtue pond over there. The lotus seeds really were just too delicious. Shurhao was completely speechless. Chao Yuxing was also dumbstruck. They originally thought that it was being sentimental, feeling some grief, but who would have thought that it was just missing the Buddha lotus in that virtue pond? Still thinking about it. This stupid dog. You really do have the heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog, Chao Yuxing mumbled under his breath. They arrived at Shumi Mountain. This was the main body, extremely tall and grand, but it was rumored to only be a broken mountain. In Shurhao and Chao Yuxing's eyes, this was even more like a giant highland, just too vast. It was many times greater than many mountain bodies merged together. In reality, it was rumored that because of the changes that were happening in heaven and earth, immortal monk king displaying his methods, this place rapidly shrunk. Otherwise, it would be even greater in size. The broken mountain, or perhaps it could be called a highland, was gray-colored. There were rocks piled up in the surroundings, the precipice extremely great. Nearby, plant life was sparse, only a bit of greenery. They were all ancient trees, mutated species that were incredibly upright and strong, winding about like old dragons here. However, the broken mountaintop was instead green and lush, extremely dense like a green carpet. It was laid over the mountaintop, some strange flowers also growing on it, releasing their fragrance. Even after many years passed, this place becoming ruins, it was still extraordinary. Vaguely, they seemed to be able to hear scripture sounds, the chanting sounds faintly discernible, transmitting from the void. This was also precisely the reason why no one was willing to establish a sect here, because if they established a sect here, the occasional scripture sounds would distract them, easily sway them from their beliefs. Ding ding dong dong. Zither music could be heard, the sounds like those of a clear spring. They flowed along the limestone under the moonlight, scattering down the cliffs and onto green bamboo, clear and beautiful. That place was like something out of a dream, immortal mist swirling about. There was a woman playing the zither, her appearance extremely beautiful, seated on a jade table. Her fingers seemed to be dancing, playing a beautiful song. In the surroundings, there were hundreds and thousands of birds flying about, circling about, no lack of luan birds and other divine birds among them. Worthy of being Princess Yao Yu. This song has moved my Tao heart, full of immortal charm, pure and free from vulgarity. Someone said with a sigh of admiration. The one who was playing the zither was precisely Princess Yao Yu from a long-life imperial court. The zither music was beautiful, carrying great Tao charm, affecting the surrounding people, all types of auspicious birds coming to enjoy themselves. 10 Crown King has come. Someone cried out in alarm, seeing a man approach from the void with powerful movements, heroic and imposing might, ascending the broken Shumi Mountain. This was a heroic figure who had participated in Desolate Border's great battle, someone who dared compete with the other side's emperor clans, one of the past prides of heaven. His appearance naturally triggered quite the commotion. Many people looked over, their attention drawn. In the distance, Chao Yuxing and the others stopped, seeing a sign. Bark. The little dog immediately bared its fangs, becoming completely upset. Who was the one who wrote this? It glared out. Don't provoke trouble. Shurhao stopped it. Even from far away, they could see a sign, On it written, "Creatures of darkness and dogs not allowed inside." No wonder the little dog's eyes widened, angered badly. Motherfucker! Who dares look down on this great one? Wang De was captured in front of everyone, angering Wang family. They didn't know who that mysterious person was, but they knew that there was a little dog that intimidated even an immortal domain family. However, later on, they learned that the dog was most likely bluffing, not having its past divine abilities. Wang family's people were extremely vicious. This was most likely their work, because Wang Shi was one of the proposers of this distinguished meeting. The little dog was furious, grinding its teeth there. If it wasn't for Shi holding it back, it might have directly screamed out and rushed over. "Let's take a look around first. Don't be in such a rush to cry out," Shi said, trying to appease it. The little dog thought for a bit, feeling that this was reasonable. They should try to see what kind of movements these people had first. Right now, a silver-haired little girl appeared, from the looks of it 12 or 13 years of age, her complexion like fine jade, her face extremely fine and beautiful. Her silver long hair hung down to her waist, flickering with brilliance, ruby-like eyes extremely large and intelligent. It was precisely the lunar jade rabbit. She hugged a snow-white little Qilin also coming. A little rabbit! The small dog's eyes moved about. With a sound, white light flickered, turning into a little white rabbit, jolting its buttocks as it followed behind the lunar jade rabbit. This damn horny dog! Chao Yuxing was immediately annoyed. This little dog was trying to deceive his old friend. Wayaya! Where did this little rabbit come from? It's so cute! The lunar jade rabbit immediately threw away the Qilin she was holding, picking up the little dog on the ground. "Are you praising yourself?" Shi Hao, who was standing in the distance, immediately became speechless. She was a rabbit herself. The little Qilin was still sleeping, but was thrown to the ground in the end, feeling extremely wronged. The little dog didn't feel great either, because when it was picked up, it was pinched and rubbed all over, and then its ears were twisted. Bark! It immediately bared its fangs. Why is your cry so cute? The little dog almost vomited a mouthful of blood, its face becoming red. Just how old was it? Yet it was called cute. It almost immediately jumped up and ran. Hee. Chao Yuxing snickered. They began to climb the broken Shumi mountain. In the distance, there was a beautiful figure, white clothes purer than snow, who was sipping on tea. She had beautiful long black hair, her skin like snow, bright eyes and white teeth, as if she was an exiled immortal. It was precisely heaven-mending sex fairy, the recombined Qing Yi and Yu Chan. There were many familiar people around them, for example, Great Su Tuo, Little Sky King, Tugu Yulong, and others. Not long afterwards, the dual-pupiled Shi, exiled immortal, and others came, drawing a lot of attention. They were the main force of the younger generation in the desolate border war. I wonder just how powerful they have become now. There were people discussing among themselves, feeling like these should be the most powerful youngsters of the present world. Soon afterwards, there was a huge commotion raised. More people came, quite a few people getting up to welcome them. Wang Shi has come, Wang family's most powerful inheritor. Of Wang family's 9 dragons, the younger they are, the more powerful. Who would have thought that there would be a 10th dragon? He is but immortal Wang's child, rumored to have received great benefits from the great Tao. Everyone immediately began to discuss among themselves. Many people got up to welcome him with smiles. Wang Shi came. He had a medium build, his face delicate and graceful, extremely handsome, full of a youthful vitality. His face carried a smile, extremely peaceful, but no one dared to ignorantly think of him as harmless, because he was a hibernating vicious dragon. Everyone knew that he was powerful beyond compare, his sparkling body carrying explosive strength, comparable to true dragons at the same level. Looking more carefully, his skin was moist and glowing, tough and sturdy, the result of being tempered to the extreme. This person most likely had a Vajra unbreaking body. Wang family is extraordinary after all, someone said with a light sigh. Ever since they saw Wang Shi, all true experts felt a type of horrified feeling, as if they had encountered a humanoid vicious dragon, as if they had been targeted by a giant creature. Normal people couldn't sense this. They would only feel that he was calm and gentle, like a naive young man who wasn't threatening in the slightest. However, the deeper one's cultivation was, the more alarmed they would become. There was terrifying power hidden within his body that, once erupted, would shake the heavens and move the earth, make stars fall. Shi Hao was also here, ascending the broken Shumi mountain. This Wang Shi was not simple after all, a formidable figure. He could vaguely sense great Tao symbols within his body, within him astonishing power, innately close to the Tao. He should be someone favored by the heavens. Wang Shi and Immortal Wang were quite similar, both of them having delicate features, extremely handsome, at the same time possessing outstanding talent. In this great era, there weren't many who could compare to him. Tao friends are too polite. There is no need to act with excessive courtesy. Wang Shi smiled. When he saw this many people come over, he cupped his hands in greeting just like a graceful youngster. Behind him followed Wang Shi, still slender and elegant, appearance exceptional. However, while standing at Wang Shi's side, her style was naturally decreased considerably, paling in comparison. Her appearance really was great, enough to captivate even the birds and beasts, hiding the moon and shaming the flowers. However, now the situation worsened, the will of the people uncertain, all of them considering their individual prospects. Geniuses represented future glory. Not even this type of exceptional beauty could compare to Wang Shi. The ding-dong sounds gradually faded out. Princess Yao Yu's zither sounds stopped, but the 100 birds didn't scatter, divine birds still dancing about her side. Wang Shi clapped his hands, saying in admiration, "The notes are like a distant immortal melody, winding about, moving the Tao heart. Princess Yao Yu's zither art is astonishing." The others all immediately agreed, praising Princess Yao Yu's zither skills. Greetings to Tao brothers. Then, Wang Shi had a warm smile on his face, full of etiquette as he greeted 10-Crown King, exiled Immortal and others with a cupped fist. He was an extremely smooth and slick person. This was Shi Hao's first impression. Wang Shi was extremely strong himself, yet after he came he still gave off a refreshing feeling, not simple at all. At the same time, without a doubt, Wang Shi became the focal point of attention, easily drawing everyone's attention. Many people rushed over, surrounding him. "Great Su Tuo Dao brother, have you decided which region of Immortal Domain you are headed to?" Wang Shi sat down, asking Great Su Tuo, who wasn't far off, with a smile. Everyone knew that, to a certain extent, the meeting this time was to bid each other farewell. It was because everyone's choices will be different. Some people wish to enter Immortal Domain, while some could perhaps only stay behind. "I am still unsure." Great Su Tuo's words were simple and concise. Releasing a light sigh, he looked at this ancient land. This vast broken mountain was the true birthplace of the ancient monk lineage. If it hadn't been destroyed, then this would be his ideal holy land. Wang Shi was all smiles. He then looked towards 10-Crown King, saying, "With brother's aptitude, I believe that regardless of where it is in Immortal Domain, you will still shine brightly for generations to come." These words were polite, the evaluation high, but everyone knew that they weren't too exaggerated. With 10-Crown King's aptitude and strength, he would remain brilliant even if he entered Immortal Domain. 30 years passed. Now, just how far did his cultivation reach? 10-Crown King remained extremely calm, saying, "Actually, I wish to exchange some pointers with you before I leave." When these words sounded, it immediately left everyone shocked. 10-Crown King was going to fight a round with Wang Shi? Many people felt like they had chicken blood injected into them, becoming incredibly excited and stirred up. Just what kind of figures were these? There might actually really be a battle. Shi Hao finally knew just how formidable Wang Shi was. For even 10-Crown King to wish to fight him, this naturally showed just how extraordinary Wang Shi was. Otherwise, how could normal geniuses catch 10-Crown King's attention? Wang Shi remained extremely humble, but not weak, saying, "Dao brother thinks too highly of me. However, I also wish to have an exchange with this brother. Since there is an opportunity now, why don't we hold it today? The two of us fight a round?" 10-Crown King said, his eyes brilliant, shining like two suns. This triggered great chaos. Two great experts might fight an intense battle here today. How could everyone not be shocked? It's best if we don't have it today. I only wish to enjoy some drinks, find answers through theory and not practice, discuss our futures, so it's better for us to put it off for now. Wang Shi shook his head. Then he added, calm but decisive. How about we hold a duel in the 9 heavens before we leave, before we enter immortal domain? Fine. When 10-Crown King heard this, he directly nodded. Worthy opponents are hard to find. I look forward to it, Wang Shi said with a laugh. In the distance, the lunar jade rabbit released a light sigh, tugging on the dog rabbit's ears, looking rather annoyed and regretful. We're missing someone here. Otherwise, with his talents, would Wang Shi even be able to act all arrogant? When the nearby people heard this, they all revealed strange expressions, becoming a bit confused. 30 years have already passed. Some things clearly already faded from some people's memories. Of course, there were others who understood what happened, guessing at who she spoke about. In the past, during Desolate Border's great battle, who was the one who contributed the most from the younger generation? It was without a doubt the one who was crippled, the one who previously personally killed many Emperor clan creatures. In that battle, his divine bravery was known to be unmatched. Comparatively speaking, even 10-Crown King, dual pupils, and others paled in comparison. Their achievements couldn't compare. Brother Exiled Immortal's style is exceptional, like a reincarnated immortal Taoist. I have also looked forward to meeting you, if possible. I also wish to exchange some pointers. Wang Shi spoke up, staring at the incredibly aloof and impure Exiled Immortal. Exiled Immortal revealed a faint smile, revealing his snow-white teeth. Sure, I can keep you company at any time. Previously, everyone felt like Wang Shi was still calm and harmless. But now, even those whose cultivation levels weren't that high could sense that Wang Shi had full confidence in his own strength. It was because he was challenging others, arranging for 2 battles in succession. Soon afterwards, there would be 2 battles between great young experts. He was smiling, expression still gentle, but in many people's eyes, he was like a hibernating vicious beast who was gradually revealing his fangs. People hurried over one after another. Jin Zhan has arrived. Many people looked over. Jin Zhan had arrived, his appearance heroic, cultivation becoming more and more powerful. His entire figure's essence energy was like that of a rainbow. When restrained in his body, it was almost impossible to completely restrain. In the past, he was also a fierce person, participating in the great battle of Desolate Border. Even though he returned in a dying state, I heard that he profited from disaster, his Dao skills increasing. There were some who were discussing this. They looked at Jin Zhan and then towards Wang Shi. Did these 2 become Dao companions? There were some who revealed strange expressions. They thought of the events of the past, how great of a disturbance this stirred up. Jin family and Wang family wished to be related by marriage, but in the end, it was put off. Wang family at that time had some regrets. They previously had a chance to take Huang for their own. At the time, Huang and Wang Shi had some relations. There were some who spoke quietly, discussing things there. Back then, Wang family was completely focused on suppressing Huang. There were all types of unhappy things that happened, even wishing to take him as a servant. I believe that later on, they must have regretted it bitterly. Huang, this was already a name of the past. After he was crippled by the ruined immortal, there were less and less people who brought him up. However, today, in this type of situation, everyone recalled it again. Shut your mouth. I don't want to hear that name. Jin Zhan suddenly spoke, looking coldly at those people who were discussing quietly. The atmosphere immediately changed a bit, those people closing their mouths. What happened? Can my brother's name not be mentioned? Who do you think you are, acting all domineering? I just want to bring him up. What will you do about it? Right at this time, a golden-haired youngster walked over, climbing up the broken Shumi mountain. His figure was extremely sturdy, as if cast from gold, innately possessing a feeling of power. His head of blonde long hair scattered down, pupils releasing penetrating electrical radiance. Someone recognized that he was the heavenly horned ant, an extremely terrifying expert, known to be the one with the greatest strength under the supreme being level. Heh, something seemed to have happened back in Jin family. Is that why Dao friend Jin Zhan is so on edge here? The witch spoke. Her skin was snow-white, eyes clear like water, a country-toppling beauty. If Huang was here, would Dao friend Jin dare say this? Why wouldn't I dare? Unfortunately, he will never be able to come. I believe he is already in his later years in the lower realms now. Without his cultivation, he is doomed to live an ordinary life, dust to dust, earth to earth, definitely going to disappear prematurely. Jin Zhan said. Hearing everyone discuss this individual of the past, it truly is regretful that I don't have the opportunity to meet with him, Wang Shi said. Right now, Tugu Yulong, Lunar Jade Rabbit, the two survivors of Wei family's 4 phoenixes, the owner of the 5 spirits war chariot Qihong, and the others were a bit distracted, recalling that old friend. The one who previously dominated the younger generation, continuously killed Emperor clan experts from the other side. This Huang unfortunately left back then, never having the chance to return. Great Su Tuo, Little Sky King, Taoist Qi Gu and the others all felt a wave of pity, feeling like Huang being crippled and disappearing was just too unfortunate. Even Wang family's Wang Shi's expression changed slightly. There were just too many things that happened in the past. Fairy Yuchan, or perhaps it is Fairy Qing Yi. I heard that your relations with Huang wasn't light before. If he was still alive, nothing bad happening to him, how strong do you reckon he would be? Wang Shi asked with a smile. A few people's expressions changed, for example, the heavenly horned ant, Chang Gongyan and others. It was because they all knew that Qing Yi and Shi Hao had many things happening between them. Was this Wang Shi's provocation? Moreover, after Yuchan and Qing Yi merged, it was hard to say whether she was partial towards Huang or not. After all, the past Yuchan stood against Huang. By speaking like this, was Wang Shi testing the waters? There were some people who looked towards heaven-mending sex fairy. The woman's clothes were purer than snow, her beautiful eyes flickering as she looked at Wang Shi. If he was still here, he would be stronger than you. These were simple words, but it made Wang Shi's expression become slightly rigid. He never expected heaven-mending sex fairy would actually speak so directly. Is that so? I truly wish he was alive, to have him appear before my eyes one day. Wang Shi said calmly. As long as you are still alive, can wait until that day, then I believe my brother Huang will return. He will slaughter his way back up from the lower realms, slaughter that ruined Immortal. The heavenly horned ant said, extremely worked up. His temper was extremely great. As the descendant of one of the vicious 10, he never feared anything between heaven and earth. He had participated in Desolate Border's great battle, not fearing Wang family's so-called exceptional pride of heaven at all. Heh, I am hoping for the same. After all, my generation's number 1 ended up becoming afflicted with the immortal killing curse, most likely forever never having a chance again. Before Wang Shi spoke up again, someone else said this with a cold and different voice. Instead of saying it was out of pity, it was more out of mockery. Wang family and Jin family's influence was too great, deeply rooted in the 9 heavens above, so they naturally had some allies. There were some top-notch geniuses from this generation who also wanted to get closer to them. That was why they spoke out on their side. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? The heavenly horned ant's golden hair became dazzling like golden threads, like a raging flame. The past events left him full of resentment and pain, yet he was completely helpless. In the end, he refused to believe that Shi Hao became an ordinary person, that he was already in his later years. However, the immortal killing curse really was impossible to get rid of. Who could stick it through? Back then, when the ruined immortal took action, no one could stop him. They could only hold onto their own regrets. After 30 years passed, no matter how great of a genius he was, his blood energy should already be drying up. The best situation having 1 foot in the grave, barely able to continue living. Worst is that he's already dead. Right now, an expert from Wind Clan spoke out. Jin family, Wang family, Wind Clan, these 3 long-life families had previously stood against Shi Hao. When they heard these words, some people became quiet. Chong Gongyen, Heavenly Horned Ant and the others' chests were rising and falling, feeling powerful emotions. This really was the case. The past heaven-warping genius end really was too miserable, too much of a tragedy. 30 years ago, they had previously visited the lower realms through the 3,000 provinces, heading into Void God realm. At that time, some people met Sure Hao, but he was still full of laughter, not worried at all. But what he told them was that he didn't have many days left to go wild, that he would still be crippled in the end. That was the last time they saw Sure Hao, one separation lasting 30 years. No more chances to head down. The creatures of darkness corroded the lands. The various passages were all closed. They didn't meet for 30 years. Could it be that this old friend really was already dying? Reaching a blood-soaked sunset? A fallen hero? This was the most likely result. After all, there was no cure for the immortal breaking curse. It would cut down one's cultivation. Once one's magical force disappeared, the vitality of an expert would become greatly injured, and from there on their blood energy would be suffering damage, gradually drying up. Being able to live is already a type of luxury. What other type of rising up or coming back is there to speak of? Humph! Jean Jean spoke, his words carrying disdain. His grudge with Sure Hao was deep. The turning point of his life was because of the great battle between Huang and himself. After suffering a great defeat in Imperial Pass, it made him lose the chance to become the leader of the younger generation. That was the breaking point of his fate. After that battle, he was always in low spirits, his Dao skills unsteady. In the end, when he fought with the other side, he was even defeated until his flesh was in tatters. After that battle, Wang Shi didn't fulfill her promise to become his Dao companion. And thus, there was a bit of a rift between Jin and Wang family. A loser like you. Did you already forget how Huang easily crushed you in Imperial Pass back then? Now that he's not here, you feel like you can look down on everyone again. The heavenly horned ant was annoyed, which was why he directly mocked the other party. Jean Jean's pupils were cold, full of endless killing intent. Everyone, what is the use in saying these things? There is no need to ruin the atmosphere over past events. The main reason we met up today was to discuss our future paths. Someone spoke out, alleviating the tension. Unfortunately, this effort was wasted. It didn't do anything. There were some people who were standing against each other, bearing hostility against the heavenly horned ant, lunar jade rabbit, and others not being friendly at all. A dead person, what use is there in praising him? The dead will be dead, regardless of how stunning he was before. Now, he is still nothing more than a pile of ruined bones in the lower realms. This came from a Wind Clan expert. In reality, in the past, this was the first clan to act against Sure Hao. When Sure Hao had just appeared in Immeasurable Heaven, he was targeted by Yuan Qing, sent to Origin Ancient Mine. It was all because the sinner's bloodline had conflict with this clan's ancestor, grudges shared between them, that they didn't wish to give Stone Clan's people any chance of establishing a heaven-reaching great tree. Why do I feel like your words are so ear-piercing? Tugu Yulong spoke up. He came from a family from Desolate Borders Imperial Pass. His relationship with Sure Hao not bad. It was because they established friendly relations on the battlefield. Everyone could see that Huang could kill the other side's Emperor Clan experts. Moreover, Tugu Yulong, Wei family's 4 phoenixes, and others had previously had their lives saved by Sure Hao in the final battle. There were some people who had unkind expressions, including heaven-mending sex fairy, Qi Hong, and others, all of them looking towards Wind Clan's expert. In the past, this clan's inheritor was killed by Sure Hao, the grudge deep. This person was quite direct, directly speaking with enmity and sneers. The departed have already left. What is there to debate over? Someone from Wang family spoke out, but it wasn't for the sake of alleviating the tension. It was rather for starting more provocations. It was because he still had more words to say. The path is below our own feet to take. These were all the result of his own choices. He calmly said. This was another person aside from Wang Shi, Wang Lan, who had exceptional talent, someone who recently rose up in the past 30 years. He came into the spotlight in the past decade or so, his strength exceptional. What are you trying to say? Chong Gongyen said with a sunken voice. Many mistakes were self-created. Being crippled was something predetermined. He said calmly, "Brat, a fool like you who doesn't understand how to be humane, are you courting death?" In the past, Hao fought in the desolate border great battle. When he was establishing great contributions, you were still drinking milk in Wang family. The heavenly horned ant had an explosive temper. His words naturally not overly polite. Drinking milk was an exaggeration, but back then Wang Lan indeed didn't appear in the world yet. He was still less than 20 years of age at that time, at a crucial period of cultivation. There is no need to mention things of the past, but there is a matter in recent years that I must bring up. Wang Lan didn't get angry, suddenly changing the topic. He looked in a direction, targeting the lunar jade rabbit and others. Not long ago, my clan's elder suffered disaster, was captured by someone. I heard that there was a fat Taoist there, his name Chao Yuxing, he said. What are you implying? The lunar jade rabbit asked. I must apologize, but I heard that your relations with that Taoist Chao wasn't bad. Today, we wish to ask you to come with us to Wang family for a bit after the distinguished meeting. Wang Lan said. When they heard this, many people became shocked. Then, they looked towards Wang Shi, who had remained quiet this entire time. He was one of the main proposers for this distinguished meeting, his intentions seemingly unpure. Wang Shi spoke coldly, no longer remaining calm, completely different from his previous temperament. My big brother has been taken captive today. We will have to offend you. Now that even he spoke like this, everyone understood what was going on, that there was prior plotting done. Qing Yi, Tugu Yulong, Chang Gongyan, Wei family's 4 phoenixes, heavenly horned ant, and others all revealed looks of anger. They never expected Wang family to be this unbridled. They are going to kidnap someone in this distinguished meeting? You dare! The heavenly horned ant was the first to step out, walking towards the lunar jade rabbit, insisting on advancing and retreating with her. Hong! At this time, the little snow-white Qilin who followed the lunar jade rabbit suddenly erupted with terrifying blood energy, shocking many people. This was also one of the vicious Ten's descendant. After 30 years had passed, it had grown up. Interesting. However, everyone, I must apologize, we are definitely going to seize her. However, do not worry, we temporarily won't harm her. We are only waiting for that fat Taoist priest to confess his crimes. Right at this time, a cold voice sounded. An indistinct figure appeared, gradually becoming clearer. He had gray hair, eyes like golden lamps, aura absolutely terrifying. In his surroundings, the void fissured. Just his presence alone made the world tremble. Wang Wu. A few people were shocked, recognizing his identity. They never expected that this person would personally come here. Your Wang family's way of doing things is too unbridled. This is a distinguished meeting of the same generation, yet you all wish to capture people as you wish. Heaven-mending sex fairy berated. Many people were shocked and furious. Those who had friendly relations with Hao and the lunar jade rabbit all widened their eyes. Wang family was too domineering. Even though immortal Wang now truly became the #1 among supreme beings, this clan's way of doing was too domineering, too overbearing. A few people suspected that this was because Wang family was going to enter immortal domain, that they had an ancient immortal family supporting them, which was why they were acting with less and less reservations. My brother was attacked. Unknown if he is even alive. Today, I am capturing someone who is related to that evil person. What can you all do about it? Is there anyone who wishes to stop me? Wang Wu said indifferently. Wang family's 9 dragons' identities were exceptional, far exceeding ordinary self-release realm experts. There were some people who saw him as a pseudo-supreme being. His strength was terrifying beyond compare. He had the confidence to say these words, because he was the son of immortal Wang. Is that so? You truly are rather wild. Suddenly, someone spoke, moreover breaking a cup of wine. With a schwa sound, sparkling liquid scattered towards Wang Wu. Pong! Many people were stupefied. It was as if Wang Wu was struck by lightning, actually unable to evade. His entire body flying outwards because of a cup of wine. What was going on? Wang Wu was sent flying by a cup of wine. This scene seemed a bit unrealistic, leaving everyone stupefied, completely shocked. Wang Wu's strength was great, already cultivated for an endless amount of time. In the present world, he was one of the few most powerful individuals below the supreme being level, yet he suffered this type of attack. Wrong, it wasn't an attack. Everything was done with just too much contempt. The one who took action was too easygoing, just spilling some wine, yet it already sent this person flying. Who was this? From his voice, he sounded extremely young. Everyone turned around to look for this person, looking in the same direction, wishing to see who this was. There was one person there. He had exuberant vitality, should be extremely young, not something an aged cultivator should have. However, when he sat there was a bit of an empty feeling, hard to seize his true body. Behind the jade table, his figure was like an immortal mountain hidden within clouds, white mists hazy. He sat there quietly, silently enjoying wine himself. Wang Wu neutralized the force, finally stabilizing his figure, landing on the ground. However, despite this being the case, he still staggered backwards a few steps. Just now, just what kind of attack did he suffer? Just a cup of wine was enough to send him flying. It was too shocking. You, who exactly are you? Wang Wu's expression was ugly. The one who could force him out was definitely terrifying. Immortal Wang could easily do this, Wang Zhou could as well, because they were stronger than him. That person didn't pay him any attention, raising his wine cup, as if in a daze, thinking about his own matters, actually ignoring him. Just what exactly are you trying to do? Wang Wu spoke up again, a wave of flames surging within him. He was actually looked down on like this, making him inwardly clench his teeth. I couldn't bear to watch your insolent behavior. That person seemed to have snapped out of his daze, calmly replying. This isn't something you should be concerned with, Wang Wu said with a sunken voice, staring at Shi Hao, and then at the lunar jade rabbit and others. If it was your father who came to say this to me, then it would still be reasonable. However, even someone like you dares to act arrogant. That youngster's brows jumped, speaking like this. Nearby, everyone became extremely shocked. Who exactly was this? Why was he so powerful? He could actually look down on Wang Wu. Just how shocking was his cultivation? Wang Wu's expression was ugly. This person was even more arrogant than him, looking down on him way too much, actually speaking with a lecturing tone. This was naturally Shi Hao. He saw everything clearly. Since the other party wanted to act forcefully, bring away the lunar jade rabbit, he naturally wouldn't watch from the side with his arms crossed. He was going to teach them a lesson. In reality, ever since he came here, he already didn't plan to let some people go. Friend. The lunar jade friend is someone my father told us to bring back. Wang Wu took a deep breath, and then spoke out again, his expression incredibly grave. He felt like the age of the person before him shouldn't be extremely high. That was why, even though his cultivation was deeper than his, he still didn't call him senior, but rather called him friend. At the same time, he mentioned Immortal Wang as a type of warning, implying that Shi Hao should stay out of this. It seems like you didn't understand my intentions. I just couldn't bear to watch the actions of you bunch. Even if you called out your daddy, it still wouldn't matter, Shi Hao said calmly. Everyone became stupefied. This person was just too domineering, not giving Wang Wu any face. He was direct and plain-spoken, full of mockery. Friend, aren't you going too far? Wang Wu spoke, his expression growing cold. As Immortal Wang's fifth son, he was used to acting domineeringly, rarely encountering this type of thing. You do not have the qualifications to call me friend. Moreover, you do not seem to understand your current situation. Just a trifling fifth bug. Yet you dare act arrogantly before me, Shi Hao said. He finished the wine in his jade cup. Everyone immediately shivered inwardly. Just who was this person? This was looking down on Wang family's fifth dragon. He didn't attach any importance to him, as if he was lecturing the younger generation. Wang Wu was filled with rage and resentment. He still didn't know that this was Shi Hao. If he knew, he might just directly vomit blood. The past younger generation was now lecturing him with this type of stance. It was basically on the same level of his father. Dao friend. acting forcefully like this. You are going too far. Wang Wu was annoyed. Just a younger generation. Yet you are contradicting me again and again. You even want to mention your father to intimidate me? Sure Hao swept him a glance. In that instant, Wang Wu's cheeks became flushed. He was being looked down upon by someone shown great disdain. However, why did he sense such a young and exuberant vitality from this person? This should be a youngster. Moreover, this person was flaunting his age, seemingly truly a senior. I wonder how many years senior has cultivated for. How many years has it been since you achieved the Tao? Wang Wu spoke out again. I reckon it's a few decades by now. What, you still can't accept this? A hint of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Sure Hao's lips. What kind of joke was this? A few dozen years and you would have this type of cultivation? Wang Wu felt like the other party was toying with him. Everyone else all smiled as they watched Wang Wu suffer. Chang Gongyan, Tugu Yulong, Heavenly Horned Ant and others were all excited. This cultivator with an unknown identity really had good timing. You are going too far. Wang Wu roared, starting to form seals. He was unwilling, wishing to see if this person really was at the Supreme Being realm. Or was it to say, this was a pseudo-Supreme Being? A younger generation like you wishes to vainly act against me? Sure Hao laughed loudly. He got up, a great golden path appearing before him, extending outwards, incomparably divine and brilliant, directly reaching to where Wang Wu was. At the sides of the golden path, divine lotuses appeared one after another, taking root in the void, leaves flourishing, releasing great Tao rumbling sounds. Everyone sucked in cold breaths of air. The great Tao was under their feet. This person likely truly achieved the Tao. Wang Wu took action, forming seals, displaying precious techniques, hacking outwards. However, when the symbols rushed over, they completely scattered in front of Sure Hao. That golden path erased everything, cutting apart all methods. Sure Hao seemed to be impervious to all methods. Pong! When he got close, Sure Hao's palm smashed into Wang Wu's face, sending him flying, coughing out a large mouthful of blood, making all of the spectators tremble inwardly. You are trying to forcefully bring away the lunar jade rabbit. So old already. Yet you are bullying a little girl. Do you feel no shame? Do you even want any face? Sure Hao asked. At the same time, he revealed his true appearance to Wang Wu, allowing him to see who he was. You? Wang Wu was shocked, his eyes widening, simply not daring to believe what he was seeing. Pa! This time, his words were smacked back down, his face fissuring, unable to evade even if he wanted to. Pooh! Wang Wu spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not only from being injured, the main reason was from anger. His entire body was shaking, the corners of his eyes feeling like they were about to split. Who was this? The past youngster not only didn't have his cultivation crippled, he even became this level of expert, most likely entering Supreme Being realm. This was just too terrifying. This made him so angry he wanted to vomit blood. This was clearly a younger generation, yet he was looking down on him with contempt as if he was the senior. This type of feeling was just too horrible. The past Sure Hao was viewed by them as an insect. If not for Meng Tianjing stopping them, they would have long crushed him to pieces. Yet now everything was changed, reversed. That younger generation was high up above, already enough to look down on him, overlook him. You? Wang Wu wanted to speak out again, moreover release his divine will. However, in the end, what he met was another slap. His entire body flew out, blood filling his mouth, teeth flying out. All of the aura that erupted was suppressed back. His eye sockets wished to split apart, but he couldn't do anything. It wasn't that he didn't have any methods. There was a mysterious formation carved within his body that would allow him to erupt with incomparable power. However, it was all ineffective now. That person stepped on a great golden path, forcefully suppressing him, preventing him from retaliating in the slightest. It was because Sure Hao had studied Wang Da's formation, understanding how to deal with the 9 dragons. He could have suppressed them to begin with, now it was even easier. Pong! Wang Wu flew out, but this time, he wasn't allowed to shout or vent his anger. Hao reached out a large hand, grabbing him, crushing him until all of his bones releasing gabbing noises, cracking apart inch by inch. In the end, Hao directly suppressed him, throwing him into a pill furnace, sealing him up. The broken Shumi mountain was completely silent, everyone stupefied. Wang Wu was captured just like that. Since I already took action, I might as well slaughter to the end, Hao said quietly. He locked onto Wind Clan's inheritor, reaching out a large hand without any hesitation. With a pu sound, he crushed him into a blast of bloody mist. Forget about the old debt this clan owed Hao from their grudges. Just the matters of this clan giving the rotten wooden chest to the creatures of darkness was enough to stir Hao's killing intent. Then he stared at Jin Zhan, because he just came from Jin family, seriously injuring Jin Taijun. So he naturally didn't mind killing this clan's inheritor. Jin Taijun privately contacted the creatures of darkness, so Hao didn't feel any qualms about killing them. You are... It was because in the final moment he saw Hao's true appearance, looking like he saw a living ghost. How could it be him? He actually lived, becoming a supreme being. No, wait a bit. I have something to say. Jin Zhan shouted. He really wasn't willing to be killed like this, to die without understanding why. He really wanted to ask how Hao could make it through the immortal breaking curse, moreover his cultivation reaching today's level. Pooh! With a flick of Hao's finger, Jin Zhan's head was removed by a streak of sword energy, but his primordial spirit wasn't immediately erased. At this time, Hao then looked towards Wang family's Wang Shi and others. After Wang family's people were targeted, their fine hairs all stood on end, their bodies going taut. It was as if they were herbivores who were suddenly targeted by a vicious beast in a forest. There was a type of instinctual trembling feeling that directly covered their entire body. They all knew that this was a human form vicious beast, moreover a matchless great vicious being. Previously the feeling Wang Shi gave everyone was one of outstanding temperament. When he didn't display power, he was gentle like spring winds, but once he released a bit of killing intent, he would become a great vicious existence. However, compared to the current Hao, many people felt like Wang Shi's power wasn't much, just like a meek family cat. It was just too terrifying. Wang family's people were all horrified, unable to help but back up. This was especially the case with Wang Lan. His face deathly pale, body couldn't help but shake uncontrollably, about to bow down. Wang Shi didn't feel all that great either, as if there was a mountain crushing down on her. Even breathing was difficult, feeling an urge to bow down to this person. As for Wang Shi, it was as if he was facing a great enemy, his body also going against his will, producing an extremely bad feeling. Even though a vicious beast was powerful, right now he was facing a beast king. As for the others, they had long become shaken, becoming like statues, bodies completely rigid. That was Wang Wu we were talking about, yet he was suppressed just like that. Meanwhile, Wind Clan's inheritor, he couldn't even utter a word before he was crushed to a bloody mist. Just what kind of power was this, what kind of divine might? That Jin Zhan was known as the pride of heaven of a generation, having the qualifications to become the younger generation's leader. Yet with just a flick of a finger, a streak of sword energy removed his head. This type of power, this type of battle accomplishment wasn't a normal type of intimidating, but rather a great terror. All those who were cultivators couldn't help but feel alarmed. This was a youngster, yet his strength was ridiculously high, far exceeding normal reasoning. It's him. It's actually him. Jin Zhan wanted to shout out, but he could only spit out bloody suds. There was only a head left, suppressed on the spot. Forget about speaking. He couldn't even release any divine will fluctuations, completely restricted in the void. Jin Zhan was just too horrified, not expecting that it was Huang no matter what, that it was actually that person, that he could still appear. This was someone who was already deemed ruined bones by them, yet he actually became a supreme being? He wanted to roar out. This was something he couldn't accept. His entire body had a type of powerless feeling. Back then, he was precisely struck down from the 9 heavens straight to hell by Hao, losing the right to command the same generation, losing his exceptional brilliance. Today it was the same. His cultivation made great progress, coming out of seclusion, hurrying to the broken Shumi mountain, wishing to rise up today and dominate the world. However, who would have thought that he would encounter the same person, suffer another miserable defeat? This time, it was even more terrifying. Just a single streak of sword energy was already enough to remove his head, while he was completely powerless to retaliate. Jin Zhan was unwilling, veins popping on his forehead. In his life, the most crucial two battles were with the same person, the result the same. This made him want to vomit blood, full of anger. If it wasn't for this Huang, he wouldn't feel fear no matter who he faced, able to fight a glorious battle that could definitely shake the world. The end result was just this pitiful. This life of his just this pitiful, forever within Huang's shadow. He was completely suppressed, powerless to do anything. You cannot bully the small as the great. Wang Lan spoke up, gathering his courage, showing strength while weak inside. When Shihao heard this, he stared blankly for a moment, and then he laughed. Wang Shi was still rather calm. At the very least, he didn't seem flustered on the surface. His courage and insight quite impressive, having his own bearing. He took a deep breath, walking forward and also speaking up, saying, "Does Senior have a grudge with us? Why is there a need to take such fierce actions?" He gave Jin Zhan a look, and then looked at the bloody Mist Wind clan's inheritor turned into. He wasn't that nervous towards his brother Wang Wu's suppression, nor did he panic. His mentality was trained well, voice still calm. "Does she have a grudge with you all?" Shihao pointed at the lunar jade rabbit. Everyone became stunned. What kind of relationship did this person have with the lunar jade rabbit actually acting in her place? "Many thanks to Senior." The lunar jade rabbit laughed in a sweet manner, her teeth sparkling, and then muttering, "Wang family's people are too hateful, Senior. Please uphold public justice. Remove their cultivation." There were some people whose expressions immediately changed upon hearing this. This rabbit really was vicious enough. Those who were related to Wang family all felt their bodies go cold. "Not a problem," Shihao said with a smile. When Wang Shi heard Shihao's words, he no longer continued the topic of whether there were any grudges. He released a sigh, knowing that there was no way to mediate the situation. Things became much more troublesome. His fifth brother said so much, even mentioning their father, yet it was completely useless. Right now, Shihao raised his hand, grabbing towards Wang family's people, slow but powerful. His palm covered the sky dome, simply impossible to resist. "Please wait, Senior. I cannot accept this result." Wang Shi's eyes erupted with radiance. Shouting like this, stopping Shihao from acting viciously. "What is there not to accept?" Shihao asked, his voice extremely easygoing and calm. "You are a supreme being. Do you dare give me a chance? Fight at the same battle? I, Wang Shi, can dominate the world, never fearing a fight. I only wish for a fair battle." Wang Shi shouted. At this point, he didn't back up, only able to speak like this. When Shihao heard this, he revealed a strange expression. He was called a senior by Wang Shi, moreover asked to fight a battle at the same level, leaving him a bit shocked. "Fine. I will give a younger generation like you a chance," Shihao said with a laugh, making others feel rather strange. In reality, how could he be considered a senior? Wang Shi calling him this made him feel rather amused. If the other party knew about his identity, what kind of expression would he have? With a Hong noise, Wang Shi erupted with power, his aura surging, covering heaven and earth, engulfing the sun, moon, and stars. Wang family's 9 dragons, the later ones, were the most powerful. The entire world knew that Wang Jiu was the most powerful of the 9 dragons, some suspecting that he might even have already reached the supreme being realm. Now that Wang Shi appeared, everyone was stunned that there was a 10th dragon. This was Immortal Wang's son, an heir left behind to escape the disaster of the 9 heavens being destroyed. Only after being certain that the other side was stopped did Wang Shi appear. There was news going around that his aptitude exceeded the other 9 dragons, possessing an unmatched immortal bone, that he would definitely achieve immortality in the future. However, this was also just his aptitude. Even though he was formidable, his age was still far less than the other 9 dragons, always sealed. Now that he appeared, his real age was actually not that great. Wang Shi was at the self-release realm, his cultivation length not that long. However, his aptitude was definitely exceptional. If he entered immortal domain, he would definitely achieve immortality. "Senior, please," Wang Shi said. His expression was serious, his method was the chaos-calming art. He didn't hold back at all, immediately using his clan's greatest divine ability. This was the unmatched sword art that had quelled a great invasion. Chi. Between his brows, a black sword core appeared, rushing out from his skull. It then turned into a streak of black light, cutting through heaven and earth's eternity, accompanied by time fragments, instantly arriving. "Since you called me senior, I won't bully the small as the great. I'll give you a chance." Sure How revealed a strange smile. Everyone felt like this supreme being's smile was too strange. Sure How suppressed his cultivation. He had just that much confidence in himself. He believed himself to be unmatched. Moreover, he already reached the supreme being realm, his insight, comprehension, and others already made incomparable advancements. Who could stop him? When facing the chaos-calming art, Sure How didn't use any extreme precious techniques, only forming a seal in the void, simple and without decorations. A pestle appeared, formed from symbols, dark in color. This was the broken Shumi Mountain, the holy land of the ancient monk bloodline. He decided to try something out, producing a monk treasure. However, its divine might was world-shocking. It was as if the ancient monk bloodline's most powerful golden body, Achiever, held a precious pestle, wishing to exorcise demons, power matchless, divine appearance dignified. Endless light erupted. Pong! The precious pestle was simple and unadorned, dark black in color. It directly smashed into that sword core condensed from a primordial spirit, leaving Wang Shi's body greatly shaken, expression pale like snow, blood flowing out from the corners of his lips. One could see cracks appear on that black primordial spirit. Not a match for that precious pestle. Everyone was shocked. The precious pestle was pitch black, truly sturdy and unbreaking. Even Wang family's unstoppable chaos-calming art wasn't a match. This was too terrifying. Everyone could sense that this person didn't exert any supreme being energy. Everything he used within the realm of self-release, but it was still just that incomparably powerful. The primordial spirit's sword core broke apart, turning into streak after streak of light, quickly leaving, entering Wang Shi's forehead. His body shook, complexion snow-white, lacking color. He suffered serious injuries. The primordial spirit attack didn't succeed, his body instead suffering from a rebound. A single mishap and the user of this ability might die, his condition critical. Wang Shi was the one known as the #1 heaven-warping hero, his talent too formidable, but today he was defeated just like this. On the broken Shumi Mountain, how could the others not be shocked? A supreme being like you, even if you suppressed your cultivation, it still isn't something a self-release realm cultivator could compare with. Do you feel good about yourself, bullying the weak as the strong? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. A gray-haired person appeared, his face still rather young, as if he was in his 30s. "Brother 8. Wang Shi spoke out, continuously coughing out blood. Everyone was stunned. Wang family's 8th dragon came, the #2 of the 9 dragons. However, even if he came, so what? Could he stop a supreme being? He was clearly not a match. There is no need to worry. Since I dare make an appearance, there is naturally nothing to fear. Who has my Wang family feared in all these years? How many in this world dare bully us? He is a senior, but he is taking action without any regard for his own status. For this, he will pay the price of blood," Wang family's 8th dragon said. Moreover, he produced a bone mirror, saying, "Let me take a look, see just who exactly you are." That mirror shone, becoming like a sun, burning heaven and earth. It triggered waves of true Buddha aura on this broken Shumi Mountain. All illusions scattered. There was a youngster before him, not stopping this. He instead had a faint smile on his face, revealing his true appearance. What, you? Wang family's eighth dragon immediately almost let go of the bone mirror, his body swaying, emotions surging powerfully. Ah! Qing Yi, who wasn't far off, cried out in alarm. Originally, she was extremely quiet and reserved, but now, she was completely stupefied. Heavens! The heavenly horned ant called out excitedly. Wang Shi's eyes immediately widened. He was first stupefied and then he was shocked. Then he almost coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This was the so-called senior he uttered? Wang Shi vomited blood once more. Not from blood, but rather completely from anger. When he saw who this person was, his expression fluctuated from green to white, coughing out blood from his mouth. Raging flames surged within his chest, rushing straight to his head, leaving him so angry his entire body was shaking. Who was this? That figure and appearance was all too familiar. Even though he never saw his true self, Wang Shi had seen his portrait before. As a member of Wang family, how could he have not heard about Huang? It's you. It's actually you? Wang Shi screamed out, his skin feeling like it was burning. He felt humiliation, but also anger, unable to help but roar out. He felt like it was just too humiliating this time. Previously, he even called this person senior to ease the tension. No wonder this person had such a strange smile on his face back then. Now everything made sense. It was because he was Huang laughing at Wang Shi. This was why when he heard the word senior, his smile became strange, moreover immediately agreeing to his request. Wang Shi flew into a rage out of humiliation, never feeling as ashamed as today. He was the glorious Wang Shi, someone who dominated the world, not defeated in the last 30 years, invincible, unstoppable under the supreme being level. He was called a true dragon among Wang family's dragons, someone destined to achieve immortality, his aptitude known to be unmatched and incomparable. Many people felt that he was most likely unmatched under the heavens in his generation. This was especially the case with the clans Wang family was close to, all of them calling him unmatched Wang, or perhaps calling him Wang family's little immortal king. Yet in the end, today's events were too humiliating. Wang Shi actually bowed down to the family's enemy. When he received the opportunity to fight at the same level, he even received that senior's lesson, ultimately suffering a great defeat in the self-release realm. This was already said and done, but the one who did all of this was actually Huang. Ah! Wang Shi screamed out again, moreover spraying blood out of his mouth. This feeling of humiliation made him feel as if his chest was struck by thunder, impossible to bear. This was clearly someone of the same generation, their cultivation period similar, yet he was subdued by this person, beaten down by a precious pestle, shattering his sword core. Wang Shi was defeated in the same generation, this person moreover being Wang family's mortal enemy. To top it all off, he even called this person a senior, wishing for a fight at the same level. He had never experienced such a setback before. He felt like he was swindled by another, and then he even helped the swindler count the money. How could Wang Shi not wish to vomit? Brother Ten, calm down. The reason you lost is because he has long obtained a supreme being body. Even with his cultivation suppressed, it isn't something a self-release realm cultivator can compare with. It isn't that you aren't a match, but rather because of the situation. This isn't fair. There is definitely no one in the self-release realm who can match him, Wang family's eighth dragon advised. In reality, he was even more shocked than Wang Shi, even more horrified. How could it be this youngster? He really found this hard to understand, immediately afterwards wishing he could immediately slap this person to death. Strike him down. This was Huang. Just how many years did he cultivate? Moreover, wasn't he crippled by a ruined immortal? Back then, he really did stir up quite the chaos. These were things everyone in the world was aware of. Everyone thought that he had already been crippled, now an ordinary elder in his later years, never having the chance to return and stir up chaos in the nine heavens again. However, this Huang gave all of them a pleasant surprise. It was just like how he was back then, always going against adversity, creating miracles. He established another miracle, but this time, the miracle really was impossible to bear. At the very least, Wang family's people were going crazy. Oh! When Wang Shi heard his brother's words, Not only did he not calm down, he instead felt even more humiliated. Their cultivation period was similar, also of the same generation, and he was even known to be someone with outstanding aptitude. But in the end, it was still Wang family's enemy who achieved the Tao a step before him. In all these years, he had been surrounded in divine halos, admired by people of this world. Meanwhile, Huang had always been seen as a cripple, exiled to the barren lands of the lower realm, unable to cultivate the Tao anymore. Yet in the end, reality struck him in the face just like that. That cripple directly rushed into the heavens, a fish leaping through the 9 heavens. In just a few decades, he achieved the Tao, shattering the legends, exceeding all history, golden radiance brilliant, high up above. Meanwhile, Wang Shi was just that laughable. A heaven-warping genius, exceptional and unmatched, ended up being the stepping stone of another. How could he be willing to accept this? Ah! The lunar jade rabbit was shouting, jumping high into the air, pulling at the rabbit dog ears, extremely excited, rushing towards Shi Hao. The little dog was furious to the point of baring its fangs. Its ears were pulled to the point of almost being torn off, and then he was even directly thrown to the ground by that little girl. The lunar jade rabbit rushed out, screaming, "You scoundrel, you were perfectly fine, yet you made all of us worry." Shi Hao, the heavenly horned ant, also flew over, his head of golden hair dancing about, becoming incredibly excited. He immediately rushed over, blood boiling, full of excitement. The corners of Chang Gongyan's eyes were also slightly moist. His past life and death brother was fine. This was better than any news. He left afterimages behind him, quickly rushing over. "Ha ha!" Tugu Yulong roared with laughter, feeling incredibly carefree. He really never thought that there would still be today, able to meet the incomparably powerful Huang. Aya! A miracle! Wei family's remaining 2 phoenixes were both screaming, truly unable to believe it. In the past, when they faced enemies together in desolate border, that glorious and heroic little stone actually returned alive. How could it be him? Many people were shocked, dumbstruck. No matter what, they never expected to see this scene. Huang defied the heavens, turning from the rumored crippled body to a Tao-achieved supreme being, overlooking the 9 heavens, once again dominating the world. This made many people tremble. Wind Clan, Jin Clan, Wang family, and the others who were still alive here all felt their fine hairs stand on end, truly horrified. Heavens! Many people were screaming internally. This youngster was just too fiendish. How could he still be alive, moreover becoming a supreme being? This was too terrifying. I just knew that he never took the normal path. There would always be unexpected things. Sure enough, he has appeared again. Sky-severing sect witch's words voiced many people's thoughts. In that instant, this place erupted, everyone screaming, roaring, mumbling, this place becoming noisy, hubbub with voices. Shi Hao's appearance was outside everyone's expectations. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. Tears hung from the corners of Qing Yi's eyes. She saw that person just like before, everything still before her eyes, that figure still there. After being separated for 30 years, time vanishing like smoke, it all flashed by in an instant. When they separated back then, the two didn't meet again. When their souls merged, the lower realm's gates had already closed. They couldn't even head down through the void god realm. Qing Yi smiled, carrying tears. Her Tao heart hadn't been shaken for many years. But now, she felt warmth again, emotions rising and falling. She was already no longer Qing Yi. The past cheers and laughter, the past bitterness and sourness, the various experiences should have long disappeared, unrelated to her. She was already heaven-mending sex fairy, saw her true self, severing away all of her past mortal relations, only seeking the immortal Tao. However, why was her spirit shaken now, feeling a sense of fulfillment, trembling slightly? There was a wave of gentle feeling that made her want to walk over. Before she could control herself, her feet were already moving. Correct, that was Qing Yi. She sighed. When the two souls merged, she found her true self, ought to sever her mortal ties, the past just left as the past. However, when this person appeared before her eyes, she was still moved. In a corner of her heart, that place was extremely soft, still carrying thoughts, still carrying emotions, still a voice calling. He finally returned, his style just like the past. In the void, Jean Jean's head was now no longer restricted. He could now scream out, and thus he roared. He knew before everyone else who this person was, but he was restricted all this time, unable to speak, unable to even release his divine will. Now, there was a chance, so he roared out, venting his inner fretfulness, fear, uneasiness, as well as his endless confusion. Huang, how are you still alive? Moreover, how did you become a supreme being? This was what Jean Jean wanted to roar out the most. Previously, he even ridiculed the other party for not being able to appear again in this generation, saying that he was going to fade from the ranks, declining in the lower realms. However, reality was instead just this cruel, leaving him with an incredibly ironic situation. It was still Huang, his unmatched manner was still there, just like before, able to suppress him with just a raise of his hand. In his entire life, the two most important battles were lost to the same person, Huang. His fate changed because of the little stone. This was his greatest misfortune. Sure how? A group of people rushed over, all of them laughing and smiling, some of them carrying moisture in their eyes, tears. It was just too much of a surprise, they were too moved. Their old friend was still alive, moreover achieved the Tao. During these 30 years, the lower realms were sealed. We couldn't see you even if we wanted to, someone said. During these years, they couldn't head down the Void God realm path, it was sealed up. They completely lost connection with Sure How. The past separation, after Void God realm's great barbecue meeting, seemed to almost be an eternal one. In their final memory, Huang was still carefree. Even though he was crippled, he was still smiling. Now they were also smiling, no longer feeling worry, instead laughing from deep within. Haha. Right at this time, a Taoist priest laughed in a vulgar manner, rushing forward. His body underwent a change, becoming a little fatty. It was precisely Chao Yuxing. He also revealed himself, showing his true self. Fatty Chao. A few people were shocked, and then they laughed, pinching his round chubby face together. Suddenly, everyone realized what was going on. The one fatty Chao followed a few days ago with a little dog was precisely Huang. It was him who beat Wang De miserably, moreover captured him. Immediately afterwards, more people shouted. These were people who were close to Wang family and Jin family. They couldn't help but feel fear. It was because along the way they heard that there was disorder in Jin family. This was also done by Huang. Most people were completely unaware that something huge already happened in the 9 heavens above. Currently, there was only a small portion of people who heard that someone had slaughtered their way into Jin family. Jin family's matters were because of Huang, someone said with a trembling voice. When this reality was cleared up, his body even began to tremble slightly. This was a huge matter. He actually dared attack a long-life family, moreover even succeeded. The fact that Huang was still standing here proved everything. He didn't suffer from any injuries, returning calmly, while Jin family had long been thrown into chaos, tossed and turned. Currently, the various long-life families all went to investigate. What are you talking about? Many people naturally didn't understand. It was because they were completely unaware that this type of horrifying thing happened. Jin family was previously attacked by someone. Their great formations broken through, sword energy reaching into the heavens within the long-life family. There was a blood-flowing great event, someone said. That person was extremely cautious, and also extremely perplexed. These were things he had heard along the way, and he was only making associations based on what he was seeing here, still not completely sure that it was done by Huang. Despite this being the case, many people still shivered in coldness, looking towards that youngster, feeling waves of suffocating pressure. Huang, was this really him? He was this terrifying. Was he going to break through the heavens today? He even dared to attack Jin family. Sure how? Was it really done by you? On this side, the heavenly horned ant, Tugu Yulong and others naturally heard what was said as well, immediately becoming shocked. If they thought about it in detail, it really was his style. Fatty Chow spoke up, laughing and saying, "Haha, of course it was us. We slaughtered until the heavens collapsed and earth split. You all didn't see just how heroic that scene was when we charged into Jean family's old nest. He was someone with extremely thick skin, his hands moving all over the place as he explained, as if his body and mind sank into a state of battle, full of smiles and excitement. However, he was only a bystander. Everyone knew his natural disposition, so when they heard this, they all rolled their eyes, the lunar jade rabbit even more so, directly twisting his ears, saying, "You only watched everything happen, right? Nothing more than a bystander." "Let go!" Fatty Chow screamed. "Little fella, whose family are you from? Come, let uncle see how you've grown." The heavenly horned ant released a strange laugh, pinching Fatty Chow's little face. Right now, Fatty Chow looked like he was 7 or 8 years old, recovering his youth, chubby and round. When his little face was pinched, he bared his teeth. But when faced with this extreme strength individual, in terms of pure physical strength, he couldn't struggle free. Have you been doing well? Why did you end up coming here after all these years?" Qing Yi walked over, looking towards Shi Hao, her eyes carrying mist. During these years, she remained untainted by the flames of the secular world, as if she was going to completely cut off the connection between herself and worldly affairs. However, now her emotions were rising and falling, unable to calm down all this time. She finally saw that person again. Right now, without a doubt, she was Qing Yi, and not Yuchan. Shi Hao nodded. When faced with these old friends, when faced with Qing Yi, his emotions also surged. When he saw everyone's true emotions surge, even though he had already become a supreme being, standing high up above, he still couldn't calm down. However, no matter how many words he had to say, now wasn't the time, because Wang family's 8th dragon was right there, someone he needed to get rid of. Wang family's 8th dragon was clearly not a supreme being, yet he dared show himself here. This meant that he had something he could rely on. This wasn't only because he came impulsively to save Wang Shi. Shi Hao walked over. At this time, Wang family's people also finally snapped out of their daze. Wang family's old 8's emotions were complicated as well. He really didn't dare believe that this was the past Huang, this brat already surpassing him, becoming the world's youngest supreme being. He broke a legend, reconstructing history. It truly exceeds my expectations. Back then, we should have gotten rid of him regardless of the consequences. Wang family's 8th dragon sighed inwardly. However, it was too late no matter what was said. However, when they thought about it closely, it wasn't that they didn't take action, but that he was stopped by Meng Tianzheng, so they couldn't kill him even if they wanted to. Jin family's matters, was it done by you? Wang family's 8th dragon asked. His face was still rather young, a head of gray hair behind him. He looked like he was at the prime of his life, currently at his peak. It was. Shi Hao gave a simple reply, only uttering these 2 words. Hong. At this time, the world immediately became full of endless noise, becoming like boiling water. Speculation was one thing, but reality was another. Everyone couldn't help but become horrified. Just how strong was Huang? He was able to do even this type of thing. That was Jin family we were talking about, a long-life family, yet he barged straight through their mountain gate. It was rumored that Jin Taijun was even injured, pursued by someone along the way, fleeing into the clan. Huang, what exactly did you do to my clan? Jin Zhan shouted. He had roughly heard about what happened along the way, but wasn't aware of the details. At this time, when he heard everyone's discussions, he learned that his Jin family's old ancestor's condition was critical. You can just go on your way, Shi Hao said calmly. With a point of his finger, a streak of divine light shot out, the radiance as if a great sun illuminated the heavens, surrounding that place. With a purring sound, Jin Zhan's head turned into ashes. This place immediately became quiet, everyone holding their breath. Huang already achieved the Tao. Even though he had only cultivated for a few decades, he was already someone at the level of Immortal Wang and Jin Taijun, high up above, one of the few supreme beings. When those individuals understood this point, None of them dared to speak randomly anymore, all of them filled with incomparable respect towards him. Jin Zhan really was extremely strong, but just this casual attack from Huang already ended his life. I really am quite curious as to what kind of methods you have to dare appear before me. Shi Hao looked towards Wang family's 8th dragon. While speaking, he raised his hand, not wishing to waste any time, directly trying to suppress Wang family's old 8. Dao friend, aren't you just looking down on the people of this world a bit too much? Wang family's 8th dragon said, his eyes carrying chilly light, not carrying any fear. Your brother Ten called me his senior, you aren't going to follow suit? A faint smile hung from Shi Hao's face. Moreover, his hand moved through the void, grabbing outwards, releasing great rumbling noises. One could see that between his palm and fingers, the sun and moon swirled, specks of stellar light flickering about. These were irregular signs, as well as the true embodiment of power. At this point, Huang's casual strike was definitely enough to cover the sky dome, cut down the star domain. It was just this powerful. Then you can see for yourself. Who in this world dares bully my Wang family? Right at this time, with a walla noise, Wang family's 8th dragon shook a picture scroll, making it unfold in the void. The ancient scroll was mottled with colors. When it was revealed, its true appearance was exposed. Inside was someone who was extremely young, as if 16 or 17 years of age, red lips and white teeth, features delicate. Immortal Wang. Shi Hao revealed an expression of shock. The one who was drawn was actually Immortal Wang. You think that a scroll is enough to stop me? We're leaving. Wang family's 8th dragon picked up Wang Shi and immediately ran, quickly withdrawing. It was because supreme being aura pervaded here, intimidating everyone. Everyone else also trembled in fear, staggering backwards, the expressions on their faces pale, lacking color. Dao friend, is there a reason to do this? Where it is possible, one should let people off, spare them. The one in the painting spoke. It contained the vitality of Immortal Wang's true body. No wonder. Is this equivalent to one of Immortal Wang's incarnations? Shi Hao said. Chi. Shi Hao walked forward, auspicious multicolored light erupting from his body, raging flames surging. These were true phoenix flames, burning heaven and earth, about to turn that painting scroll into ashes. Humph! The one in the scroll released a cold snort. When his eyes opened and closed, divine radiance shot out. The one in the painting actually moved, the entire scroll as if having life. The paper disappeared, only a person remaining. Dong! Heaven and earth erupted. That youngster seemed harmless, but when he displayed might, radiance flashing between his eyes, a pitch-black sword core appeared, directly hacking towards Shi Hao. This was an imprint left behind by Immortal Wang. It took human form, directly displaying the most powerful divine ability, using the chaos calming art. It was immediately a life and death decisive blow, displaying this matchless sword art. Chaos calming art. This technique's power was incomparable, known to be a matchless mysterious method. It was also a scripture that Shi Hao had always wanted all these years, something he always thought about. If he obtained this method, then he could temper his primordial spirit, make it sturdy and unbreaking, match the imperishable scripture. At that time, he would become sturdy both inside and out, his body and spirit reaching their most powerful state. Chong! Shi Hao faced the attack, making his move. Around his body, scarlet divine chains appeared one after another like feathers, releasing kangxiang noises, binding around the black sword core. In reality, these were made from feathers. He was using the true phoenix precious technique, an incomparable great divine ability. The scarlet red feathers rushed out from his body, turning into chains of order, binding the sword core in place, completely refining it away. Hurry and leave. In the distance, Wang family's 8th dragon brought Wang Shi and the others away, tearing through the void, about to escape. However, a divine chain swept over, bright red like blood, scarlet multicolored light overflowing into the heavens, immediately cutting off their path. With a pu sound, Wang family's old 8 coughed out blood. It was because he smashed into that scarlet divine chain, suffering from supreme being might, resulting in injuries. Wang family's 9 dragons, the larger the number, the more powerful. It was rumored that the 9th dragon might already be a supreme being, while the 8th dragon was incredibly close, already could be considered a half-supreme being. However, right now, he still suffered a serious blow. Even though Hao was facing the imprint from the scroll, he had always been targeted by these Wang family people, so he didn't want to let them go at all. "If you dare move, I will kill you without exception." Hao intimidated. At the same time, his scarlet feathers clashed intensely with Immortal Wang. Extremely intense, sword energy rushing into the heavens, feathers releasing fiery red light, burning down heaven and earth. Even though this wasn't Immortal Wang's true body, Hao didn't dare show the slightest bit of carelessness. After all, this was a well-known expert who had achieved the Tao a long time ago, his magical force exceptional. At the very least, the other party had cultivated for a really long time, long close to the realm of immortality, just a hair away. If not for the world not permitting it, Immortal Wang would have long been in existence on a different level. Even though Hao was stunning, he only cultivated for a few dozen years, barely entering this domain. He was still a newcomer. In this great era, just how many people reached this level in total, and how many were still alive? It was just too rarely seen. The creatures who reached this step, just how much stronger can one be than the other? They were all truly exceptional. Hao was incredibly serious. Even when the one he faced wasn't the other party's true body, he still went all out. From a certain perspective, the current Immortal Wang might very well be a king among supreme beings. Ever since Meng Tianzheng disappeared, perhaps only Immortal Wang had the qualifications to call himself number 1 among the supreme beings. Chong. Suddenly, the plume feathers around Hao's body disappeared, scarlet multicolored radiance completely restrained. However, a wave of even more ferocious killing intent surged. This was sword energy. He was using the grass symbol sword art to face the chaos calming art. 3 of the ancient 3 great sword arts, 2 of them were now facing each other. Chong. Sword energy surged endlessly, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. This was a world-shocking great battle that exceeded their imaginations. Everyone backed up, staying far away from the broken Shumi mountain, or else all of them would be crushed into powder under a single blade. This was a supreme being great battle, one that was incomparable. Apart from this, regardless of whether it was Hao or Immortal Wang, they both deliberately restrained their power. They rose into the heavens, not willing to let their battle affect the others, because there were friends and descendants here. In the void, sword energy was like light rainbows, appearing in thousands to tens of thousands of streaks, continuously hacking about, interweaving between the two, forming imperishable radiance. This was a great battle between supreme beings. Oh! Hao was fighting to his heart's content. A roar released from his mouth. All types of precious techniques appeared, wishing to kill Immortal Wang. His divine force surged, becoming more and more powerful and terrifying. This made many people's hearts shiver in coldness. This was especially the case with Wang family, their expression even more so completely changing. The main reason was because this wasn't truly Immortal Wang, just an imprint. Now it couldn't hold on anymore. With a Wang noise, the void shook intensely. Immortal Wang was struck flying, instantly entering the picture scroll and then flying away. In addition, it immediately wrapped around Wang family's 8th dragon, Wang Shi, and the others. It took Wang family's people with it, shattering the void, wishing to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Hao released a cry, the noise like a dragon or tiger's roar, shaking heaven and earth. At this cultivation realm, even a slight shout carried the power of the great Tao. His hands even more so formed imprints, displaying the 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art, containing several types of exceptional precious techniques, firmly seizing the painting scroll from the void passage. Pong! Hao's palms and fingers shone, condensing a sword art. It hacked at this painting scroll, wishing to destroy it. With a pong noise, the scroll became dim, several people falling out from within, precisely Wang family's 8th dragon and others. Sure Hao was stunned. This painting scroll's defensive powers weren't that great, not as formidable as he imagined. The figure in the painting already grew dim, becoming extremely faint. Wang family's old 8's expression immediately changed. He released a light sigh, saying, "If my father was in the 9 heavens, he would have definitely sensed something, immediately slaughter his way over. What a pity. He definitely had an important matter, and thus was far from the 9 heavens, unable to appear here." He sensed that he had miscalculated. When Sure Hao heard this, he immediately understood. This painting scroll actually had this type of ability, able to summon immortal Wang through it. Moreover, the closer it was to the creator, the more powerful it would become. I miscalculated, not expecting that my father left the 9 heavens. He definitely went to heed the summoning of an immortal domain expert. Otherwise, what else could make him suddenly leave? Wang family's old 8 said with a sigh. You don't seem to be that worried at all. As if you still have something else to rely on, Sure Hao said calmly. He was completely ruthless and decisive. With a flick of his finger, a streak of sword energy flew out. With a chi sound, Wang family's 8th dragon was cleaved at the waist, blood splashing everywhere. This sword left everyone shaken. Right now, regardless of whether it was Wang Shi, Wang Shi, or Wang Lan, their minds trembled. The powerful Wang family old 8 was chopped in half at the waist just like that. Suddenly, Sure Hao backed up, quickly withdrawing. It was because right at this moment, a giant black claw silently reached out from the void, grabbing towards Sure Hao. It carried black mist. Even though it was silent, its power was too great, actually making Sure Hao feel threatened. This was a supreme being. Creature of darkness? Sure Hao's eyes became cold. He looked deeply in that direction. There was an expanse of thick black mist. Within it, an ancient beast that was currently pressing over. With a schwa sound, Sure Hao's eyes were like lightning. He turned around, looking towards Wang family's old 8. You all are colluding with the creatures of darkness? I do not know what you are talking about. My Wang family has never come into contact with the creatures of darkness. Do not venomously slander others. Wang family's old 8 coldly replied. Moreover, his broken body was recombined, quickly recovering. The main reason was because Sure Hao's attack didn't contain Dao Law Force, still wishing to leave him with his body and life, wishing to seize the formation within him, which was why he wasn't in any true danger. Near broken Shumi Mountain, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Only now did they realize how dangerous this gathering was. There was actually a creature of darkness who came, one who was actually a supreme being. If Huang didn't hurry over, wouldn't they all be nursing a grievance? The consequences would be hard to imagine. Huang, the true creatures of darkness have appeared. It is time for you to do your part. I advise you to remain upright. Do not slaughter the cultivators of the 9 heavens. Wang family's old 8 said. Shameless. This creature of darkness was definitely guided over by you. Chao Yuxing shouted. The others all shivered inwardly. This is unrelated to me. I suspect that Huang's aura has drawn it here, his supreme being blood energy too rich, drawing its attention. If Huang cannot defeat it, then he has provoked a great murderous disaster onto all of us. Wang family's 8th dragon said calmly. Not only did he not admit to the accusations, he even deflected, placing the blame on Huang. All of you deserve to be executed, Sure Hao replied coldly. He already sensed that something was really wrong. Even though Wang family was making preparations to enter Immortal Domain, they also came into contact with the creatures of darkness. Moreover, their relationship quite deep. He was confident that this darkness supreme being was guided here by Wang family's old 8. Ho! After a low roar, that creature of darkness rushed over. Its body was massive, carrying thick darkness matter. It reached out a great claw, crushing the void, descending on Sure Hao. This was a Ho, clearly a creature of the 9 heavens 10 earths, but it was corroded by darkness matter, died once, and was then reborn, undergoing a darkness transformation. This was a well-known figure in the last 30 years, an ultra-evolved being. When one normally encountered the creatures of darkness, they would immediately become weaker because these individuals carried darkness matter. A single moment of carelessness and they would become corroded, falling to the darkness. That was why Wang family's old 8 was extremely calm. He believed that a new supreme being like Shi Hao would definitely become flustered. However, what he never expected was that Shi Hao didn't fear the darkness matter, directly smashing into it, a fist flying out, clashing with that Ho's claws. The impact was intense, stars from outer space falling, the entire universe breaking apart. It was because Shi Hao had obtained darkness true blood, that blood even more pure than any other creature's. That blood was being preserved by the Lord of the restricted region. Shi Hao had always been in contact with it, even planning to guide the blood of darkness into his body. Chi, a streak of sword energy swept out. With a pung noise, Wang family's old 8 gripped his neck, but bloody suds still spilled outwards. His neck was cut through. No matter what, you won't be able to leave today. Colluding with the creatures of darkness. Your sin cannot be pardoned. Shi Hao said coldly. He fought a great battle with the creature of darkness while speaking, displaying unmatched precious techniques, removing Wang family old 8's head. Pu piu piu. Then, following several light sounds, Wang family's old 8's other parts also exploded, tangled with sword energy. He broke into pieces, the sight too horrible to endure, hacked to several pieces. Old 10. Use the forbidden method, hurry and run. Wang family weakly transmitted out sound in secret. Chi. However, a streak of sword radiance shot over. With a piu sound, Wang Shi's head was also removed. I don't care what kind of methods you all have. Before me, you all can forget about behaving wantonly, Shi Hao said coldly. A streak of sword radiance illuminated the 9 heavens. Wang Shi's head flew out, blood rushing high into the sky. This scene left everyone here stupefied. All those with close relations with Wang family couldn't help but feel their bodies trembling slightly. A feeling of icy coldness running from head to toe. Wang family placed high hopes on Wang Shi. This was the one with the greatest potential in the clan. Yet before Huang, he didn't have any power to retaliate. One was a supreme being, the other a heroic individual in the self-release realm. There was naturally no way to even compare them, the difference in strength too great. However, there was one thing that was close, which was their cultivation period. Huang had only cultivated for a few decades, yet he already achieved the Tao. He really did succeed, someone muttered, saying this quietly. They had to believe it even if they didn't want to. Huang's fighting strength was right there. Killing someone at the self-release realm was as easy as blowing off dust, too easily done. This was truly a glorious accomplishment that dazzled past and present. When everything calmed down a bit, everyone gradually realized just how formidable Huang's achievements were, establishing a new legend throughout the ages. Everyone said that there were no supreme beings under 500 years of age, yet he shattered history. Right now, forget about Wang family, Jin family, and others' minds surging with emotions. Even Qingyi, Tugu Yulong and the other old friends found it hard to breathe, feeling extremely stirred up. Oh! The creature of darkness released a great roar, its pupils becoming a scarlet-red color, like 2 blood moons. In the dark mist, they looked ice-cold and savage. It threw itself at Shi Hao. The claws were pitch-black and massive, like a small mountain as it smashed downwards. This was originally a true Ho, but after being corroded by darkness, it completely mutated. Its claws shattered heaven and earth. This black Ho's divine might astonishing. It was accompanied by magical law force, restricting the void, wishing to control Shi Hao, slaughter him here. Dang! Shi Hao didn't back up at all, not fearing the darkness matter. With a raise of his hand, he faced that beast claw head-on. His palm and fingers released auspicious multicolored light, forming a great barrier of light, smashing into that large black claw, releasing a sky-shocking noise. This scene was extremely terrifying. In outer space, some stars fell, burning as they crashed into the great earth. However, as these two fought, ripples spread outwards. When they reached outer space, those falling stars all exploded into powder. They long rose into the air, arriving in the heavens, turning into streaks of lightning, tearing at each other viciously. Their speeds were just too fast. Even though the creature was massive, after Shurhao displayed his magical projection, he became as tall as the heavens, towering in the world beyond, as if he was a world-creating giant. Beast roars sounded continuously. The darkness transformed Supreme Being's strength was powerful beyond compare if it was facing the other creatures of the nine heavens. Their strength would directly be 30% lower out of fear of being corroded by darkness. However, Shurhao didn't feel any misgivings, fiercely advancing. The black hoe breathed outwards, black flames starting to rage. Some stars in outer space directly exploded, looking like the most dazzling fireworks from the distance, leaving everyone horrified. This was precisely a battle between supreme beings. They were clearly facing each other, but even with just a bit of carelessness, if some wisps of essence energy leaked out, it would be enough to hack down the sun, moon, and stars. The true hoe threw itself over, crying out like the most savage ancient beast, shattering heaven and earth. The sound waves seemed like it would destroy the world. Fortunately, Shurhao released Dao sound, intercepting that terrifying power. His entire body shone, terrifying demonic light appearing outside his body, his aura becoming increasingly tyrannical. In this world, if we were talking about the most warlike race, the Chaos Demonic Ape was definitely high up in the ranks at the very forefront. This race would feel great excitement whenever the world was in chaos, because it could become powerful. It was because it was warlike and aggressive, forging ahead vigorously and powerfully in a world of turmoil, dominating enemies from all sides. Shurhao now used this clan's secret method, his war intent great, almost going berserk. His body also released terrifying black radiance, pitchback body protecting astral energy surging around him. Kill! Shurhao roared out. In that instant, he revealed 3 heads and 6 arms, his strength erupting. He threw himself over, 6 arms brandishing about, smashing towards the supreme being level true hoe. Pong! The true hoe, no matter how powerful and savage it was, took a heavy blow, staggering backwards. In the end, it released a low roar, black flames gushing out from its mouth. A black furnace body flew out, about to collect Shurhao inside. This wasn't an object, not a magical artifact, but rather the embodiment of the true hoe's cultivation, condensed natural laws. All of this turned into a furnace, wishing to suppress the enemy, refine Shurhao into ashes. Dang! Unfortunately, this black furnace was directly smashed apart by Shurhao. Moreover, he flew over, facing the true hoe directly, head-on, riding on its body. Shurhao's 6 arms brandished, pressing down on the true hoe's skull, restricting its 4 limbs, and then smashed down viciously. With a wong noise, the true hoe rushed up, turning into a black sun, its entire body transforming into darkness to destroy the creature on its back. It sent Shurhao flying and then backed up. The great battle was extremely intense. 1 man, 1 beast facing each other. It had to be said that this creature of darkness was indeed terrifying, its flesh tough to an unimaginable degree, exceeding creatures at the same level. However, as the battle continued, this hoe was still defeated. With a PU sound, it had its neck wrung by Shurhao, and then a fist pierced through its chest, the whole connected front and back. Sure enough, there was darkness blood, exceptionally terrifying. Shurhao quickly withdrew. He fought and seriously injured this true hoe, making its body break apart. But he still didn't want to be contaminated by this type of darkness blood. Ayo ho! This hoe roared out. Even though its primordial spirit was fissuring, it still didn't die. Its life force was terrifyingly powerful, wishing to counterattack, continue fighting Shurhao. Shurhao seized the initiative, so how could he give it a chance? In that instant, the grass symbol sword art was released, endless heavy sword energy rippled, all of it hacking towards this true hoe, impossible for it to avoid this blow. In summary, this darkness creature didn't fear death, it never retreated. However, this also meant that if it wasn't a match, it was definitely going to fall here. Shurhao activated the sword energy, cutting down this seriously injured true hoe. Black blood surged, splitting its forehead. The primordial spirit was hacked to pieces, and then it was completely erased by sword radiance. It died just like that, a darkness supreme being killed. Heaven's tears. The black blood poured down from the heavens. This was blood, the essence of the creature of darkness. Sure how displayed a great ability, collecting all of it into a cauldron constructed from natural laws, refining all of it. Otherwise, this would be a great disaster. It died just like that, a supreme being killed, moreover a creature of darkness. Below, near this broken Shumi mountain, everyone was shocked. The past Huang actually already beamed this strong, already rising up, becoming one of this world's supreme beings. Sure how descended, restraining his killing intent. However, everyone still felt great fear, especially Jin family, Wang family, and the people related to these two families, all of them shivering inwardly. It is time for us to settle our debt. Sure how began to approach Wang family's 8th dragon. Back then, Wang family's 9 dragons always wanted to kill him, but they always failed. Now, he naturally wouldn't show mercy. This was especially when Wang family's 8th dragon guided over a creature of darkness, harboring evil intentions, their connection with the creatures of darkness too deep, unforgivable. Speak. Just what kind of transactions has Wang family conducted with the creatures of darkness? Sure how asked. Do not venomously slander others. Wang family's 8th dragon said. No matter what, he wouldn't admit it. If he did, then there would be absolutely no hope of reprieve. You aren't going to talk? Sure how was extremely calm. However, with a chi sound, a streak of sword energy flew out, hacking open his head, exposing his primordial spirit. Huang. Forcing others like this? Are you not scared that my father will suppress you in the future? Wang family's 8th dragon said in a malevolent manner. Chi. Sure how didn't utter a word. Sword radiance flashed, descending just like that, cleaving his primordial spirit in half, making Wang family's old 8 scream out, the voice miserable. However, Sure how didn't kill him. Not only did he wish to seize the formation in his body, there were other uses for him. He didn't wish to turn him into ashes yet. Huang. Let go of my 8th brother right now. Not far out, Wang Sure spoke. After he had his head removed, it floated there, unable to merge with the flesh because it was restricted. Then I'll start with you. Sure how turned to look towards him. A sword ascended, cutting open Wang Shure's forehead, exposing his primordial spirit. Huang, you dare do this? My father won't let you off. Wang family old 8's voice was trembling. His primordial spirit was the first to be cleaved in half, this injuring life-threatening. Is that so? Sure how still remained calm, taking action again. A streak of sword radiance swept over, still attacking at Wang Sure. His primordial spirit was surrounded by sword radiance, about to be cleaved in half too. However, right at this time a strange change happened. Wang Shure's primordial spirit surged, revealing a figure, as if it was transmitted from a distant high altar, taking form here. Dao friend, please have mercy, that figure shouted. Immortal Wang. Sure how was shocked. Immortal Wang's feelings for Wang Shure were truly not normal. When Wang Shure was approaching a great disaster, there was actually Immortal Wang's figure that appeared from his primordial spirit. This is a spirit summoning divine core. Wang family's old 8 was shocked, and then said, Hurry, call for father, have him quickly come. He saw a very small ancient platform in Wang Shure's primordial spirit, Immortal Wang's indistinct void image just standing on it. Sure how also saw it. He never expected Wang Shure's primordial spirit to actually hide this type of ancient platform. Wang Shure was the only one who was unaware of this. Call for father. Hurry and have him kill this person. Wang family's old 8 roared towards Wang Shure. The spirit summoning divine core was extremely small, less than an inch tall, a bit blurry and indistinct, as if it was just an illusion, located in Wang Shure's primordial spirit. This thing cast off its tangible body, becoming a body of laws. Not even Wang Shure himself noticed it before. Now it appeared. As the name implied, it could summon a powerful creature, but of course this was under the premise that there was an agreement previously established. There were complex natural laws that were engraved, and only then was it effective. When Wang Shi was reminded, his primordial spirit shone, starting to summon immortal Wang. In reality, even without his calling, when his life was in danger, this extremely small spirit summoning divine core already shone, symbols covering it densely, calling over the expert on its own. This place became sometimes indistinct, sometimes brilliant. A large hand reached out, stopping Shi's sword energy, carrying earth-shattering pressure, intimidating all life in this world. A large hand reached out from Wang Shi's primordial spirit, carrying powerful winds, forming thunderclouds and violent winds. Dao sounds rumbled, chaotic energy continuously surging. Everyone was horrified. This scene exceeded their imagination. Shi frowned. Not even he expected immortal Wang to be so partial towards the sun, expending so much care, all for the sake of protecting him. Shi suppressed Wang De, Wang Wu, and even Wang family's old 8 could have been captured at any time. But there wasn't this type of treatment, not sheltered by immortal Wang like this. Worthy of being an old sore, that immortal Wang really loves you quite dearly, Shi said. Hong. He hacked out a streak of sword energy, smashing into that great hand, forming a terrifying destructive force. The surrounding space collapsed, giant cracks densely covering the void, all of them extending towards outer space. Wang Ma'ani by me, a grand chanting sound rang out, actually carrying Buddha incantations, shocking the world. The broken Shumi mountain shook intensely, but it wasn't destroyed in this clash between supreme beings. The earth shook, as if a great earthquake happened, but it didn't destroy this place. It was as if 3,000 Buddhas were chanting, sutras resounding through all directions, absolutely deafening. It rippled fiercely, making all of the broken Shumi mountain flow with holy radiance. The ancient monk remains under supreme being divine might actually displayed this type of unusual irregular scene. At this moment, everyone was affected. Great Sutua began to chant true Buddha names, sitting down, bathing in the Buddhist light of the heavens. Then he didn't move at all, as if he had passed on. Hong Long. That great hand withdrew. It came from that spirit summoning divine core, wrapping around Wang Shi, about to leave. It was because even if immortal Wang was extremely strong, he was still millions and millions of li away, displaying natural laws with space separating them. He did send his palm over, but he still wasn't personally here. He was scared that this battle would result in Wang Shi being caught up, and then dying miserably, which was why he wanted to immediately leave. Where do you think you're going? Shi shouted. He activated precious techniques, 3 heads, 6 arms all appearing, battle intent erupting. He charged forward, locking onto Wang Shi. Dong! It was another world-shaking blow. One could see immortal Wang's figure becoming blurry, but it was still really there. It was as if he stood in an eternally unknown place, clenching a fist imprint and smashing over. Only he was just too far away, endless space separating them. His eyes were ice-cold, taking action ruthlessly. Wang family's old 8 guided over a darkness supreme being. What is the intention of this? What kind of explanation does your Wang family have? Shi was extremely calm, asking while taking action. I believe there is definitely some type of misunderstanding here. Immortal Wang said. That blurry figure's forehead was sparkling. Then, dark light erupted, a sword core taking form, intimidating power just too grand. Even though there were endless crags and torrents between them, not in the same continent, it was still this terrifying. Immortal Wang used the primordial spirit sword core. This was not the power the scroll displayed before, but rather the true extreme method. The chaos calming art appeared again. Shi immediately became incomparably serious. When facing this experienced veteran, this type of supreme being king, he didn't dare show the slightest bit of carelessness. So, the primordial spirit core shone, flickering with radiance in front of immortal Wang's forehead, exceptionally brilliant. It tore through everything, unstoppable, as if an immortal king had descended. However, it didn't fly out. The place immortal Wang was in had some changes, the sword core protecting in front of the frontal bone, only releasing light and sword intent. In that instant, the chaos calming art's true meaning erupted, radiance appearing in endless streaks, becoming grand beyond compare. It appeared here through the spirit summoning divine core, crushing towards Shurhao. Kill! In this moment, Shurhao directly activated the grass symbol sword art, facing it with one of history's 3 greatest sword arts, opposing with equal harshness. Between the two, sword intent surged, symbols appearing. In that instant, there were actually 2 supreme mysterious ancient beings who sat down, chanting scriptures there. They were extremely ancient, surrounded by time radiance, submerged under time fragments, wrapped under chaotic energy, their true appearance impossible to see. These were 2 types of sword intent. Right now, everything was extremely mysterious, forming 2 supreme figures. They sat in the void, chanting ancient scriptures, shaking the heavens, earths, and 4 seas. Shurhao was stunned, a bit stupefied. Immortal Wang also became momentarily distracted. He was a veteran supreme being, and now, in the 9 heavens 10 earths, he already didn't have many opponents under the immortal Dao domain. Apart from Great Elder, no one else could compare to him. His cultivation was too profound, only a hair away from achieving immortality. Towards a new supreme being who had just entered this domain, still far from the peak of this cultivation realm, Immortal Wang should be an imposing great mountain. If one wanted to catch up, the accumulation of time was needed. However, Immortal Wang never expected that when the youngster facing him displayed his sword intent, it actually resonated with his chaos-calming art, creating such a bizarre scene. Even though Shurhao had confidence, he also knew that he had just entered this domain, still unable to immediately subdue the number 1 among supreme beings. What he now saw left him puzzled. Why was this happening? The 3 great sword arts have a connection between them. Immortal Wang was inwardly shaken, his eyes immediately becoming blazing hot. He thought about some of the few isolated phrases he read from certain remains, recorded on a stone steel dyed in immortal blood. Assimilate! Immortal Wang released a short shout. He was spurring on unmatched magical force, wishing to bring Wang Shi away, even more so wished to seize Shurhao's sword intent. It was because what he was seeing right now was too special. The 2 sword intents actually became 2 supreme existences, seated there, confronting each other, chanting scriptures. It was extremely strange. Get back here, Shurhao shouted. He was also activating magical force, all types of divine abilities taking form. He even more so used the 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art, supporting several types of unmatched precious techniques. With a Wang noise, the void was submerged. The precious techniques displayed great brilliance, true phoenix taking off to the skies, Kuan-Pong spreading its wings, lightning emperor overlooking the world. The scene was extremely terrifying, accompanying 6 black holes, sweeping through the heavens above and earth below. Nothing they couldn't tear through. There was nothing that could stand in its path. Qi. Wang Shi was originally being pulled away, but he was then stopped by this heavenly art, starting to return. The 2 great experts were both pulling, trying to seize Wang Shi, both of them wishing to seize the other's sword intent. This was an extremely intense confrontation. Wang. Immortal Wang took action again. Divine light released in 10,000 streaks from that inch-tall spirit summoning divine platform. It surrounded Wang family's old 8, wishing to bring him away as well. Pooh. However, Shurhao was extremely ruthless, doing his best to block it. He also displayed exceptional divine abilities, instantly crushing Wang family's old 8's broken body into a bloody mist. Even that primordial spirit was trembling, starting to crack again. Wang family's old 8 cried out miserably. His flesh only had a head left, the other parts all crushed to pieces. Younger generation, you are going too far. In a distant unknown place, Immortal Wang released a roar. His words were like thunder, releasing a mysterious Dao sound that rang out. Dong. Even Shumi Mountain was shaking intensely. However, the ancient monk bloodline's mantras were also sounding. Wang, Ma, Ni, Bai. Immortal Wang's might was suppressed. Xiao. Divine light was like chains. Immortal Wang quickly reacted, settling for the next best thing, turning endless symbols into a waterfall, engulfing Wang Shi and Wang Lan, wishing to bring them away. Sure how hacked out again. All types of Tao laws like divine rainbows as they filled the heavens. They rushed over, submerging that place. These were Tao order natural laws. They were like heavenly blades, hacking through heaven and earth. Pooh! Blood radiance splashed out. Wang Lan's head flew, moreover exploding in the void, body and spirit erased. This was definitely something he had to give up on. At the final moments, Immortal Wang looked like he wanted to bring him away, but in reality, he gave up on him. In order to ensure Wang Shi's safety, he could only bring away Wang Shi along the way. Kill! Shihao roared out. He wasn't willing to let the other party bring those two away. His entire figure charged forward, 6 Tao reincarnations, heavenly art starting to spin like 6 millstones. Each millstone was like a black hole, a world, roiling and turning. Pooh! Blood radiance erupted. Wang Shi suffered serious injuries, Wang Shi also seriously injured. In the end, Wang Shi's lower half was obliterated in the void. Younger generation. Immortal Wang only said these 2 words, his eyes cold. He was protecting Wang Shi like this, yet he was still injured, losing half his body. Under the oppression of supreme being level power, there was nothing left of that half, even the bloody mist burned to ashes. Of course, this wouldn't deliver any true harm to Wang Shi. He could still regenerate that broken body. However, the glorious Immortal Wang, the one known to be the #1 supreme being under the heavens, wasn't able to protect his son. This made him erupt with murderous intent. Immortal Wang's situation really was unstable. He fought intensely while shouting, but didn't dare go all out. Even more so, couldn't cross realms to get here. The distance too great. It really is regretful. I still wasn't able to meet your true self, Shihao said. Then, he looked towards Wang family's old 8, firmly locking onto him. Immortal Wang naturally didn't wish to give up on his children. However, the spirit-summoning divine platform was only inside of Wang Shi's primordial spirit. This thing was too precious. There was only one. He didn't have any way of immediately appearing before Wang family's 8th dragon, protecting his primordial spirit. If he tried to advance now, Wang family's old 8 might die tragically. Hong. Despite this being the case, he still wanted to save him. Unfortunately, under Shihao's obstruction, he couldn't take too many risks. Moreover, there was an intense battle happening where Immortal Wang was that affected him. In the end, he released a light sigh, completely disappearing. It truly is a pity. Shihao shook his head. Wang Shi escaped just like that. Shihao felt like Wang family's old 10 definitely had good stuff on him. Unfortunately, Immortal Wang favored him too much, basically constantly personally watching over him. He already hacked open Wang Shi's head, originally thinking that another blade would be able to end his life. But who would have thought that there would be a spirit-summoning divine platform there, triggering Immortal Wang's appearance. Shihao rushed forward, grabbing Wang family's old 8's head, moreover sealing the cracking primordial spirit into the head. Wang family's 8th dragon felt a sense of humiliation. The past brat's cultivation was even inferior to his children in the past. Yet now, after all this time, he defied the heavens, able to directly suppress him. This type of feeling of shame was truly terrible. Broken Shumi Mountain was extremely quiet at first. Then it became noisy. Everyone felt shocked. Huang's power exceeded their imagination, daring to face even Immortal Wang head-on. One had to understand that he had just stepped into this domain. Back then, he would always face the strong as the weak, defeating those stronger than himself. Now, his style was still the same. A group of people immediately flocked over. Lunar Jade Rabbit, Heavenly Horned Ant, Tugu Yulong, and the others were all extremely moved. This type of battle accomplishment exceeded their imagination. Huang was originally someone of the same generation, but now, he could already face Immortal Wang, who achieved the Tao before the archaic times. However, when they thought about how he had even slaughtered his way into Jin family not too long ago, all of them calmed down quite a bit. This old friend of theirs advanced just too quickly. We were just that close to killing Wang Shi. Sigh. It is a bit of a pity, the lunar jade rabbit muttered. This rabbit bore grudges, not forgetting how Wang family wanted to make things difficult for her first, making her into a hostage. After not seeing each other for 30 years, not only were you not crippled, you even shot straight into the heavens, breaking the records of history. Ten Crown King walked over, deeply moved, saying this with a sigh. He had previously fought with Hao, acknowledging him as a great opponent. However, after 30 years, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields. Everything changed. Huang had already become a supreme being. Even the aloof exiled immortal seemed like he couldn't calm down right now, a complicated expression on his face. Hao, you have to leave this place. Now that your identity is exposed, if Immortal Wang, Jin Taijun and the others work together, things will be bad. Qing Yi was worried. Today, her emotions were fluctuating intensely. She had originally already cut herself off from the secular world. Two souls returning to one, forging her true self, already putting aside the past. However, after she saw Hao, she found it hard to calm down, still extremely concerned with this person. That old fella is quite special, not an ordinary figure. The little dog suddenly spoke up. Just now, it had focused on Immortal Wang the entire time, feeling a type of indescribable feeling. A group of people surrounded Hao. There was just too much to say. After not meeting for 30 years, their true emotions were revealed. There were some cultivators who were quite close to Wang and Jin family here. They were all extremely uneasy, fearing that Huang would act out. Let's go, hurry and leave this place, Fatty Chow shouted, wishing to change locations. You all leave first. This is a rare opportunity. I still have things I want to do, Hao suddenly said. What do you want to do? One of Wei family's 4 phoenixes was shocked, asking like this. She just felt like this fella was going to start something else. In reality, the others all had this type of feeling too. Whenever Huang was this serious, he was definitely going to stir up something great, most likely the sky-shattering type. I am going to slaughter my way into Wang family. Just see what exactly is going on. Wang family's old 8 actually guided over a darkness supreme being. This makes me feel uneasy, Hao said. He was going to shatter the heavens after all. Everyone shivered inwardly. He had just slaughtered his way into Jin family, moreover faced Immortal Wang. Now about to charge straight into Wang family's tiger den, he really was daring. Now that Immortal Wang isn't here, it is a good chance, Hao said. Even though there were too many things he wanted to say to his old friends after they just met again. Hao still didn't stop here, deciding to reunite with them later. Hao didn't stop here. This time, he only brought the small dog with him, heading straight to Wang family, wishing to seize this opportunity to directly invade. Be careful, a group of people shouted, worried for him. Wang family had over 10,000 divine mountains here, every single one extremely beautiful. Silver waterfalls poured down, essence energy rich, mists rising into the air. Hao slaughtered his way here. He confirmed that Immortal Wang wasn't here, currently preoccupied by something, that this was the best opportunity to raid this old nest. If there are creatures of darkness hiding inside, then things will definitely become crazy, Hao said to himself. Not good, it's already too late. There is Immortal Dao aura. Terrifying formations activated again. Wang family definitely received news. The little dog said. It was a master of formations. They had just arrived, but with a sniff, its ears started shaking a bit. It already sensed all types of things. Wang family's Immortal Dao formations have all revived. Even though they aren't complete, they are similar to Jin families. Within one of them is a spirit. The little dog said in an extremely decisive manner. Immortal Wang most likely had some secret methods, able to contact his clansmen, telling them to immediately activate the defenses. It seems like there are many issues with Immortal Domain's withdrawal of troops. Immortal Wang unable to leave for quite some time, Hao said. He looked at Wang family's place of residence, feeling a bit regretful. He felt that if he was standing at the peak of Mortal Dao, then he could charge straight in. However, right now, he had just entered the Supreme Being realm. It was too dangerous. Go, we're heading to Immortal Palace, How quickly made this decision. This really was unrelenting, going from Jin family to the broken Shumi Mountain, and then to Wang family, now descending from the 9 heavens to the 3,000 provinces Immortal Palace. Since things had happened to Immortal Domain's withdrawal of troops, then Immortal Palace's ruined Immortal might appear over there. Along the way, How moved as fast as lightning, gathering information along the way, proving some of his suspicions. Immortal Domain was withdrawing after all. However, something really bad happened. There was internal conflict. It was because there were some who, after fighting long-term with the creatures of darkness, were deemed contaminated by inauspicious darkness matter. They were forced to stay behind in this realm forever, unable to return to Immortal Domain. While withdrawing, several leaders stirred up trouble. In the end, a bloody conflict arose, the battle quite intense. Immortal Wang and the others just happened to be there, all of them restricted, unable to easily leave. Immortal Palace sold cripple also went? How unexpectedly learned of this. In the 9 heavens 10 earths there were as many as 4 ruined immortals. They all appeared there. They really ought to die. How felt a wave of resentment. Back then, during Desolate Border's great battle, not a single one of the 4 powerful ruined immortals rushed to Imperial Pass to face the enemy. This forced Great Elder to face the enemy head-on right when he was on the verge of achieving immortality, in the end nursing a grudge. Great Elder Meng Tianjing's blood splashed all over Desolate Border. In the end, inauspiciousness appeared, and he disappeared into the depths of the cosmos, never seen again. When How thought of these things, now that he heard what was going on, he was full of resentment. The 4 ruined immortals all went, most likely wishing to enter Immortal Domain. This was the conclusion he reached. How didn't hesitate, rushing towards Immortal Palace as fast as he could. Originally, the place Immortal Palace was located at was extremely hidden. Few people of the outside world knew of it. However, in the past 30 years, with the darkness corrosion, the place they were located at gradually no longer became a mystery. How rushed here. Sure enough, the scenery was like a painting, rich with essence energy. This place was like an immortal realm, carrying wisps of immortal Tao mist. Bronze buildings were everywhere, immortal mist pervading the air. Interesting. This place actually has immortal energy. The little dog was shocked. I heard that there was an immortal spring underground, one that is the most precious, allowing a dying person to reforge their flesh and bones, a priceless treasure. The reason why the ruined immortal was able to continue struggling while at death's door was because of this spring. How said. Immortal spring? Back then, the 9 heavens 10 earths only had 7 or 8 of them in total, yet this ruined immortal occupied one. The eyelids of this little dog immediately jumped when he heard this. Then, it began to bark loudly, becoming extremely excited, stating that it was definitely going to search and confiscate their possessions. There should be a supreme being here, but I believe he is already no longer in his flourishing years, too old, should already be in his later years. How said. Slaughter him, the little dog said. Immortal Palace. This place was extraordinary, concentrated with the spiritual blessings of the world, nurturing immortal Tao essence. Spiritual mist rose within the entire ancient land. This was a vast land with palaces everywhere, all of them forged from metal. In the surroundings, spiritual mountains appeared one after another, on them towering ancient pines and green bamboos, every stalk thick, verdant, and upright. Chaotic energy swirled around them, silver divine waterfalls pouring down. There were even islands floating in the skies. They were arranged all around the surroundings, protecting the palace at the very center. The bronze palace at the very center was covered in green rust, the most ancient and unadorned, but also the most powerful ancient vessel. This was where this lineage came from, the true immortal palace. It was rumored that underneath that bronze palace was a spring that nurtured all things, nourished all spirits, able to alleviate all flesh injuries, and then restoring them to their original states. At the same time, it could also strengthen the primordial spirit. After one cleansed themselves through the immortal Tao essence, their souls would become pure, become increasingly sturdy and unbreaking. This is a good place. Really a place prepared for this king to retire in. The little dog was already starting to drool, staring at the central ancient land. During this process, it didn't remain idle, moving together with Xianxia, secretly breaking down some killing formations. This place looked peaceful, but there were dangers hidden everywhere. A single mistake and they would be in a bad situation. They remained cautious and careful, scared of accidentally alerting the enemy, resulting in the most powerful formations activating. The more powerful the formation, the more costly the consumption when they were activated. No inheritances could keep them running year-round, because keeping them activated required a tremendous amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The defenses were too strict, difficult to break open a gap. If not for the little dog's background being extraordinary, previously a creature of immortal domain, there wouldn't be any way of getting close. This time, I really want to vomit blood, squandering away even clear sky stone. This type of unmatched precious material to break through this formation, the little dog said through clenched teeth. It carried some goods on it, all of them world-shocking precious materials that could be used to carve great formation symbols and other things. Now it had to grit its teeth and use them. How do we overturn that bronze palace? It just happens to be sitting on top of the spring, not easy to seize. The two of them began to discuss among themselves. This was an immortal Tao palace, extremely difficult to move. If they could, Xianxia really wanted to just bring it away. However, he knew that with his current cultivation realm, it was extremely difficult to subdue. This palace was an immortal magical artifact, possessing immeasurable might. It wasn't something an ordinary person could seize. Be careful. The immortal palace supreme being was still here after all, Xianxia said. He could vaguely sense a wave of blood energy pervading out, feeling a type of pressure. Inside of a palace, there was currently an elder taking in and sending out heaven and earth spiritual essence, guiding in immortal mist, currently cultivating. It was precisely Immortal Palace's first-generation-old supreme being. His cultivation period was long, even a bit greater than Immortal Wang and others. He was definitely one of the existences with the greatest age in this great era. This old fella never did anything good, similar to those long-life families. When Immortal Pass faced such difficulties, they didn't help at all, instead constantly harming those in the 9 heavens. Xianxia said to himself. A creature this powerful actually didn't contribute at all when the enemy attacked, but back then, he acted against Supreme Hall and Sinner's blood descendants, acting viciously. He seriously suspected that Immortal Palace had something strange at the roots. Being able to survive Immortal Ancient, yet I've never heard his name, he's definitely not of the good sort. The little dog sneered. Back then, it knew all those who participated in the war, fought with their lives on the line. How could it not have any impression? How could it have not heard of these individuals? Only a few who avoided fighting, in the end helplessly engulfed into the flames of war. Those hidden true immortals would be like this. Xianxia sighed. He thought of some past events, cold light flashing past his eyes, feeling more and more that Immortal Palace had to be punished. The Kuan Peng nursed a grievance. It used to be part of the main force in holding back the other side, but it didn't die under the hands of the other side's undying experts, but rather ended up being harmed to death by this lower-than-a-pig true immortal when it returned with its wounded body. Prepare yourself. We are going to take action, the little dog said. If they wanted to seize that immortal spring, they had to catch the other party off guard, succeed in a single strike. Otherwise, they wouldn't have another chance because once the formations here were activated, it would be difficult to fight their way in. Okay. Xianxia slowly breathed in and out. He drew the everlasting sword core, preparing to use this magical artifact to send that bronze Immortal Palace flying when they least expected it, and then quickly seized the spring. As for the formations, they were already dealt with by the little dog, opening up a temporary path. Remember, time is extremely pressing. The instant the bronze palace is sent flying, the Immortal Tao formation here will inevitably want to activate as soon as possible. Our time is extremely limited. The little dog reminded one last time. Wang. All of the essence energy in this heaven and earth was sucked dry, even the stars of outer space growing dim, all because Xianxia took a deep breath, absorbing all of the essence within the universe. This time, he really was going all out. At this step, he already took action, so he naturally wasn't scared of alarming the other party anymore, startling that supreme being. The plants all around him withered, essence energy rushing towards his mouth and nose crazily, including the immortal mist. In addition, the world beyond immediately darkened, sun and moon essence plundered. There were some great stars that even more so rumbled about, wishing to fall. This was precisely the might of a supreme being. After taking in a deep breath of heaven and earth spiritual essence, it was as if all fundamental spiritual energy was going to be sucked dry. Hong. During this process, he had long turned into a streak of blazing multicolored light, quickly arriving, rushing past. With a raise of his hand, the everlasting sword core hacked down onto Immortal Palace. Dang! Divine light surged, bronze rust like flying blades, shooting in all directions. Then, like shooting stars, they exploded in the void, shattering the great world. This bronze palace was hacked flying by a sword, the green rust on the surface naturally splashing in all directions, creating a terrifying scene, accompanied by curse power. In the past, Xianxia had suffered from this green-bronze rust curse, almost dying in the lower realm, making it through with great difficulty. Now, he had become a supreme being, so he naturally wouldn't allow the green-bronze rust to enter his body, defending against all of it. What forced him to have to be careful was the backlash of the natural laws stored within the Bronze Palace. That Bronze Palace continuously released ripples. This was an expanse of bronze radiance. It looked soft and gentle, but the destructive force was terrifyingly great. The void began to break apart inch by inch, black holes continuously appearing, affecting the stability of this place. At the same time, the ground surface shone, immortal Tao formatons being stimulated, reviving, about to erupt with endless radiance. Chi chi chi. The little dog followed Xianxia. It opened its mouth, spitting out 3 small black banners flying out, all of them triangular flags. They landed, spreading under the wind, all of them immediately becoming as tall as the world, towering into the heavens. They were stopping the revival of formations, slowing it down. Pong! Earth and stone flew in all directions. Xianxia's sword core was already inserted into the ground. Extremely explosive, tearing apart the surface the immortal palace was guarding. A spring appeared precisely in the depths of this place. A silver dragon was moving about, not all that thick, to the extent where it could even be considered extremely small. The immortal Tao energy it exuded was too strong. It was precisely that immortal spring eye, containing immortal Tao essence, now already turned into a dragon form. Bark! The little dog immediately threw itself in, wishing to seize it. Only, multicolored light immediately shone in a dazzling manner, shooting out like needles one after another. In the eye of the spring's surroundings, sword energy was released in endless streaks, symbols in hundreds of thousands to millions of streaks, covering everything. This was a great killing disaster. There was a powerful defensive formation here, moreover taking the initiative to counterattack. Oh! The small dog released a great roar. Ding-dang noises continuously sounded on its body, sparks flying, its fur flowing with dark light. All types of sword energy interweaved, countless streaks of divine radiance hacked down on its body. If it was any other creature, they would have long been blasted to a bloody paste, body and spirit extinguished. However, this dog was extremely outstanding, previously an immortal Tao existence. Now, even though its Tao skills had degenerated, its flesh was still inconceivably powerful, enduring the endless murderous radiance. Xianxia launched a surprise attack, raising the sword core, sweeping in all directions, wishing to destroy that defensive formation, completely destroy this place, dig up the eye of the spring. Dong! Rubble rushed into the sky, smoke and dust pervading the air. The formation symbols were like meteors in the heavens, incredibly concentrated. All of them were flickering about, releasing killing Tao radiance. Bark! The little dog was hacked at until it screamed miserably, leaning from side to side unsteadily. A lot of the killing Tao radiance landed on its body. Sure Hao was naturally affected as well. Even someone as powerful as him was harmed. His body was also bloody. This formation could kill supreme beings, but they still stuck it through. Pong! Rubble continued to rush in all directions. They joined hands in attacking, digging up the spring eye. That silver dragon was scared, wishing to escape. Pong! The little black dog was incomparably savage, immediately throwing itself over, enduring the intense pain. It landed on the silver dragon's back, doing its best to bite and tear at it, restricting it in place. Kacha! Sure Hao exerted force, digging up a pool surrounded in immortal mist. It was less than a square foot in size, but it was incomparably divine, containing the world's most fundamental essence. Hurry and leave! The little dog screamed, because it sensed a great calamity coming their way. The two achieved their goal, so they quickly rushed into the heavens. In the end, there was a bronze palace on the surface, currently rumbling downwards, wishing to seal the opening of the underground cave. At the same time, the immortal Tao formation shone, incomparably resplendent, sealing heaven and earth. Apart from this, an elder with a head of white hair flying about and treacherous eyes appeared, cold lightning in his pupils, currently staring at them. His hands formed an imprint, directly suppressing downwards. Immortal Palace's supreme being, this was an extremely ancient existence. It was unknown what race he was, but he was powerful beyond compare. When he was at his peak, he had the might to fight for the spot of number 1 under heaven. Of course, now, there was no way for him to reach the peak at all. His blood energy was dried up, Tao skills declined. Even though he didn't drop from the supreme being realm, there was no way he could compare with his prime self. His silver hair scattered about, expression extremely cold, angered to a point where he couldn't get any more angry. This was Immortal Palace, yet there was actually someone who acted so brazenly, charging in like this, stealing their immortal spring eye. Evil beings ought to be punished. He only had these words. He formed an imprint and then struck downwards. Pong! Sure Hao formed a fist imprint, directly facing his opponent head-on, the noise deafening, leaving the Immortal Palace Supreme being above shocked. The vermin wasn't just a great formation master, he had also achieved the Supreme Being level. This made Immortal Palace's expert shiver inwardly, his eyes becoming increasingly cold. At this point, he could roughly make out who the intruders were. Deep underground were a young man and a small beast, but he couldn't see through their true appearances. It was because immortal energy pervaded the air below, the eye of the spring releasing a mysterious substance, stopping the effects of heavenly eyes. Kill! The Immortal Palace Supreme Being went all out. Behind him appeared a true immortal void image. He used his sex extreme precious technique, human immortal imprint. Dong! Sure Hao felt his entire body shake intensely. This was not only because the other party's human immortal imprint descended, but also because the bronze immortal palace above also displayed its power, smashing down towards the underground cave. At the same time, the little dog shouted, "This is bad!" Its small dog claws grabbed the silver dragon, actually struggling with everything it had. A piece of the dragon body broke off, entering the depths of the underground, and then disappeared without a trace. The little dog was annoyed. At the same time, that small pool in Sure Hao's hands began to shake intensely, but he still gripped it firmly in the end, not letting it escape. That silver dragon is the essence produced by that eye of the spring. Yet a segment of it escaped just like that. The little dog beat its chest and stamped its feet in anger. However, there was nothing it could do about it. Up above, a great disaster descended. They could only run first. Be careful, Sure Hao warned. He saw that the silver dragon in the little dog's hand was evaporating, burning, a bit more of it scattering, immediately making his expression change. How could it be like this? The little dog became worried. Every bit of essence was invaluable. This type of loss wasn't something it could endure. Collect! Sure Hao shouted, using the immortal spring in his palm to collect that silver dragon to prevent any more essence leaking out. However, despite this being the case, when the silver dragon entered the pool, there was still some essence that evaporated, entering the underground cave. I previously heard that this immortal eye of the spring couldn't be moved. I was still a bit skeptical. Now, I finally understand, when moving it, much of the essence will be lost. Xianxia sighed. It is definitely because the way of nurturing the immortal spring eye isn't suitable, or else moving it wouldn't cause so much essence to leak out. The little dog said. Hong Long. Up above, not only were there attacks from Immortal Palace's supreme being, there was also that bronze palace crushing down, sealing up the entrance. Rise! Xianxia rose, doing everything he could to activate the 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art, making those secret precious techniques activate together. A storm was produced, sweeping upwards. Apart from this, the everlasting sword core in his hands also became brilliant, carrying immortal ascension radiance. One could vaguely make out a figure rush into the heavens. Dang! The sword core clashed with the bronze palace for the second time, the noise deafening. Bronze rust flew everywhere, continuously falling off. 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art carried endless multicolored light, at the same time accompanied by 6 mysterious black holes. It tore through some of the formation patterns under the earth layer, starting to quickly rotate. Hong Long. In the end, under Xianxia and the little dog's full force, they rushed out from the earth's surface. At this time, Immortal Palace's supreme being finally saw Xianxia clearly, now completely stunned. He cried out, "How could it be you? How could he not remember this youngster? In the past, there were just too many things that happened. Huang killed Immortal Palace's inheritor, going against this inheritance, even more so got crippled by the ruined Immortal 30 years ago. Yet now he actually appeared again. How was this possible? A creature who suffered from the immortal breaking curse could actually still reappear, perfectly fine. Moreover, this youngster became a supreme being. This was inconceivable. He found this hard to believe. He understood just what kind of bleak ending there would be after being afflicted with that type of mysterious technique extremely well. Not even the past Kuan-Peng was able to survive. Qi. While seizing this moment of absent-mindedness, Xianxia faced him head-on, directly charging out. Younger generation. Where do you think you are going? Immortal Palace's supreme being completely snapped out of his daze, stopping Xianxia's escape. Regardless of who it was that came, they would face his berserk obstruction. The immortal spring I couldn't be lost, no matter what. They had to kill this enemy. Xianxia clashed with Immortal Palace's supreme being dozens to over 100 times. He rushed to the edge of the currently reviving immortal formation. After arriving here, his mood became slightly more relaxed. This time, even though there were some twists and turns, generally speaking, they still made it out more scared than hurt, everything still going rather smoothly. At the edge of the formation, Xianxia stopped. He looked at Immortal Palace's supreme being, saying, "Old man, do you still remember me? Younger generation. I'll recognize you even if you were burned to ashes." Immortal Palace's supreme being was furious. This brat was just too hateful, actually still daring to stop after getting what he wanted, turning his head around to mock him. Hong Long. With a strike of his hand, the mountains collapsed and seas roared. Around him, there were large amounts of mountains and rivers that appeared, as if it was an entire world, wishing to trap Xianxia. Xianxia didn't feel any fear. With a slash of the sword core, he hacked open the void, piercing through the small world created by this type of secret method. Then, he disappeared in an instant, standing outside the ancient land. At the Supreme Being realm, his speed was fast to the extreme, exceeding other Supreme Beings. It was because he had the Kuan-Peng technique and Immortal Phoenix technique, both of these the inheritances of immortal birds, able to increase his speed. It really is hard for me to understand. In the past, your lineage has always acted against me, taking vicious actions several times. The main victim is me. So why is it that you are fuming with rage when facing me? Xianxia stopped again, standing on a short mountain, waiting for him to arrive. You trespassed into my sex-restricted land. You ought to be punished. Immortal Palace's supreme being shouted, attacking again. Xianxia faced him, fighting a great battle. However, not long after they exchanged attacks, he withdrew again. Immortal Palace's supreme being chased after him the entire time, entering outer space, causing endless murderous radiance to erupt. All right, this place it is. Sure how stopped. He turned around to look at Immortal Palace's supreme being. Now that we're far from that formation, we can fight. Dong. Right at this time, the void shattered. With a fierce shake, a bronze ancient palace flew over. It quickly shrank, becoming the size of a fist, landing in Immortal Palace Supreme Being's hands. Then it's time for you to die. Immortal Palace's Supreme Being controlled an immortal artifact, his attitude firm. He saw Sure How as a piece of meat on a chopping block. All right, then let's just settle this old debt. Sure How's voice was cold, also carrying heaven overflowing killing intent. Ever since he obtained that inheritance, Immortal Palace already became a mortal enemy. Previously, he obtained Supreme Hall's inheritance. How did the supreme being of this sect die? It was precisely after he was unexpectedly wounded. He was surrounded and killed by this Immortal Palace Supreme Being and his allies. Secondly, he also obtained the Kuan-Peng's inheritance. This was a glorious immortal bird, able to split the universe with a spread of its wings, divine might unmatched. However, during Immortal Ancient's battle, its body was crippled, and then it suffered from Immortal Palace True Immortal's ambush. Afflicted with the immortal breaking curse, its end pitiful. Of course, Immortal Palace's True Immortal was also seriously wounded from that battle. You cruel and unscrupulous things like naked-tailed dogs, meek and civil in public, but tyrants at home, never doing a single good thing. You all should have been killed a long time ago. Sure How was full of killing intent. According to what the little dog said, the so-called ruined immortal in the Bronze Immortal Palace didn't show itself at all, not fighting with the other side. The ones who truly participated had all died. Bark. The little dog barked, annoyed at Sure How using the term naked-tail dogs. Brat, you should speak less nonsense. Winner takes all. The end justifies the means. The most important thing is that my Immortal Palace's person is still alive, while you all are doomed to become the smoke and clouds of history. Immortal Palace's Supreme Being said, his voice extremely cold. He held a bronze palace in hand, sending it smashing downwards. If it was anyone else, they would immediately turn around to run. After all, they were facing an immortal artifact. However, Sure How had the everlasting sword core. This magical artifact became stronger the more powerful the enemy he faced. In the past, it had even faced off against the other side's world-shocking immortal smelting pot, so it could naturally take on this immortal palace. In that instant, the two of them began to fight intensely, turning into two streaks of lightning in outer space, slaughtering their way into the depths of the starry rivers. Old thing, today, I am definitely going to take your head. Utter shameless boasting. I don't care how you achieve the Tao. Today, even if you are a dragon, you are going to be subdued by me. Even if you are a tiger, you are going to bow down. I am going to suppress you. Immortal Palace's Supreme Being roared. He slaughtered his way over. They entered the very depths of the cosmos, crossing quite a few stellar rivers, the battle exceptionally intense. Pooh! The palace struck against the sword core. Sure How was blasted until blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. Chi! Sword radiance flickered about. Immortal Palace's Supreme Being's shoulder was pierced through by a sword, bloody light rushing into the skies, an intimidating aura surging. Old thing, your life is quite tenacious. It's time for you to hand over your head. Sure How roared, fighting with everything he had there. He wanted to hack off the head of this bitter enemy. With just your measly cultivation period of a few decades of time, getting into this level through luck, you want to face me? Immortal Palace's Supreme Being roared, his hair disheveled, also going crazy. In the starry skies, a rarely seen great battle erupted. They fought their way into the depths of the cosmos, sweeping through the star domain, divine force surging, natural laws continuously released. A string of blood splashed out, scattering across the stellar domain. A large expanse of stars grew dim. This was an extremely great formation. At the very least, in this world, in this ancient cosmos, their power reached the peak of human Tao. The numerous Tao laws couldn't restrain their might anymore. causing damage to the starry skies. If it was in the past, this type of person should have entered immortal domain a long time ago. Only the undying great earth there could endure power at an even higher level. Just hand over your head, Sure Hao roared out. Right now, his entire body was covered in blood, hair disheveled. But he was becoming more and more heroic. Right at this moment, the everlasting sword core in his hands seemed like it revived, developing its own life. Accompanied by an ascension rain of light, a humanoid figure appeared on the sword body, multicolored light shining. Dang! Heaven and earth rumbled with noise, the stars swaying. That bronze palace was activated, releasing dazzling brilliance. This was an immortal Tao artifact. Now that it was being controlled by a supreme being, the defensive power was astonishing, clashing with the sword core. If not for having this sword core in hand, Sure Hao definitely wouldn't be able to stop that artifact. In the past, Supreme Hall's old thing was killed by a group led by me, the Kuanpeng also afflicted with the immortal breaking curse by my sex true immortal and others, forced to ultimately nurse a grievance. Even they died. What can you do? Immortal Palace Supreme Being's white hair flew about chaotically, his eyes gloomy, roaring in the starry skies. What he spoke was the truth, speaking of the tragedy of the past, all of this just to infuriate Sure Hao. Ho! Sure Hao roared out, his body expanding, feet stepping on the endless star domain, stellar rivers swirling around him. In addition, 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, his magical projection ferocious to the extreme. Immortal Palace's elder miscalculated. He originally thought that he could anger Sure Hao, disturb his Tao heart, but never expected that this instead only agitated the other party, making him display the chaos demonic ape's inheritance, 8-9 Heaven's mysterious technique. This chaotic murderous technique became stronger the more furious one became. This was precisely the reason behind why whenever the world was in chaos, when wars raged endlessly, the chaos demonic apes became more and more powerful. At the same time, Sure Hao also displayed other secret methods. 3 heads, 6 arms, different hands displayed different law imprints, one holding the sword core, displaying the grass symbol sword art, another forming the lightning emperor's imprint, another displaying the true phoenix precious technique. Sure Hao erupted with power, fighting a great battle with him. Immortal Palace Supreme Being's white hair was dyed in blood, crimson liquid continuously flowing out from the corners of his mouth, blasted by the boundless magical force until his body cracked apart, staggering side by side. He found it a bit hard to take in. This was a young and vigorous Supreme Being, currently at his peak, the type he was least willing to face. He was an old Supreme Being whose blood energy was already drying up, now lacking his past flourishing vigor. However, Sure Hao seized the immortal spring eye, so he had to get it back. Otherwise, the ruined immortal would definitely be furious. The only thing he could rely on was his own experiences and higher Tao skills. After all, he used to be powerful, almost grasping the title of number 1 under the heavens, his divine bravery unmatched. In this great era, just how many Supreme Beings were there left in the 9 heavens 10 earths? How many were still alive? Of those who could enter this realm, not a single one of them were ordinary. Could be said that they were all the most dazzling stars of their respective eras, illuminating a world, shocking past and present, all of them playing leading roles for a period of time. Now, when a powerful veteran faced an up-and-coming youngster who had just entered this domain, it was naturally extremely intense. Immortal Palace's old Supreme Being inwardly rejoiced that Huang had just entered this domain. Once Huang was given time to consolidate everything further, rising into the mid-stage of the Supreme Being realm, then he would be dead for sure. He was inwardly horrified. They were both the leading figures of their respective generations, yet even though the other party had just entered Supreme Being initial stage, he could already fight with an old hand like him. Between heaven and earth, a tall figure appeared, appearing behind Sure Hao's already towering magical body, concentrating. This was the vital energy of the chaos demonic ape bloodline, now showing its true nature. All precious techniques condensed the heart blood of those who established them. This was a type of terrifying irregular scene. It was as if the chaos demonic ape's ancestor appeared, this place becoming more and more chaotic. They all said that the human race evolved from one of the few great divine apes. It seems like this has some reasoning. Immortal Domain's supreme being was alarmed. Hong Long. A giant hand smashed down. The terrifying sword core turned into immortal ascension light, hacking down on the bronze palace. Pong! The immortal artifact resisted, supreme being fists smashing over, releasing blinding symbol light. Immortal Palace's supreme being was blasted until he coughed out a large mouthful of blood, backing up. The corners of Xianxia's lips were also dripping blood. However, because he was young, and because he grasped the true Phoenix undying technique, raging flames immediately covered his entire body, bathing in flames as he moved, his injuries quickly recovering. I must take action. Seize the last bit of immortal spring essence. End that ruined immortal's prospects. Xianxia said quietly. What? When Immortal Palace's supreme being heard this, his face immediately became pale. This youngster's words left him feeling uneasy and alarmed. Was it that little dog? Immortal Palace's supreme being immediately panicked. Could it be that the little dog slaughtered his way back to seize the remaining portion of the immortal spring essence? You all dare! Immortal Palace's supreme being roared in anger, now going all out. At the same time, he wanted to slaughter his back, because his mind was truly in disorder. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Xianxia's lips. He released a short shout, and then the world's aura suddenly changed. He did everything he could, using the sword core in his hands to smash aside the bronze palace, now fighting under close quarters. With that bronze palace here, even though Immortal Palace's elder was struck until he coughed out blood from time to time, it would still be difficult to end his life. That immortal Tao magical artifact covered him from above, all methods unable to hack into his life foundation. He could be injured, but tremendous force was needed, to use brute force to make its way through, but he still couldn't be killed. Right now, Xianxia was seizing this chance where he was panicking to strike aside the bronze palace, getting close to fight Immortal Palace's supreme being. Suddenly, all of the fine hair on Immortal Palace supreme being's entire body stood on end. In that instant, his body went taut, feeling as if doomsday descended. He did his best to summon the bronze palace. However, he was a step late. He felt as if all of the magical force and other things he activated weakened without limit. When the symbols and other things landed on Huang's body, they didn't display any use. Magical force immunity. After many years, Xianxia finally used this taboo-killing method once more. After he became a supreme being, he found the best time, wishing to use this chance to kill a supreme being. Not long ago, Jin Taijun didn't give Xianxia the best chance. That old woman always ran, not willing to fight. How he faced Immortal Palace's supreme being, dealing the decisive blow. Ah! Immortal Palace's supreme being cried out, his voice moving the sky, groups of stars shaking intensely. While experiencing utter despair, he ignited his life essence, not hesitating to take down both of them. Even if he died, he wanted to drag Xianxia down with him. When one reached this type of state, not even fearing death, the body's treasury would naturally open. He actually broke free from that type of restriction, that type of state of death. Xianxia's so-called magical force immunity's effects were quickly fading. However, he already seized the chance, immediately activating sword energy, accompanied by a streak of scarlet multicolored light, the radiance of the immortal killing guillotine. With a pu noise, Immortal Palace Supreme Being's skull was removed, blood rushing high up into the air. That head wanted to escape, carrying a rain of light, entering the void. Chi! Then, a streak of scarlet multicolored light rushed out, hacking open the skull. H. Immortal Palace's Supreme Being screamed. His primordial spirit flew out, wrapped around by a lump of essence blood, rushing into the bronze palace. Where do you think you're going? Xianxia roared out. He abandoned the corpse, rushing out with the sword core in hand, giving the bronze palace a strike, fiercely hacking down. Dang! Sparks flew in all directions. Inside the bronze palace, that primordial spirit screamed out. It began to crack apart under the tremendous force's vibrations, that lump of essence blood starting to burn. Immortal energy pervaded the air. The bronze palace shook intensely, tearing apart the starry sky. It quickly left, fleeing towards its home. Sure how chased after it, not hesitating to activate his sword core, making it turn into a streak of flowing light as well. He hacked outwards, striking the bronze palace again. Pooh! Inside the bronze palace, that lump of essence blood was used up, burned to ashes. That primordial spirit screamed out in alarm. In the end, with a pung noise, it exploded. It wasn't that the bronze palace's power wasn't strong enough, but rather that this wave of force was too great. Moreover, that primordial spirit had already previously been damaged by sword energy, already in imminent danger, unable to hold on anymore. Now it finally fully exploded. You are finally headed for the afterlife. Shurehao's eyes were deep like a starry sky, a bit cold and ruthless. Right now there was blood even on his hair.